Welcome to part 3 of our run through Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. We made fairly steady progress in the previous session. We acquired, finally, access to the Viola suit and therefore the Viola bike. And also, later on, the Fire Shot, which has now given us access to one of the other zones that we're looting a transporter fragment from, which is the Ice Belt. And so we'll be digging into that section right away today to see what we can uncover. It looks like something like the boost ball or an equivalent should be coming fairly soon, but sometimes there are surprises. So let's continue. Once again, you have to appreciate the full range of vocals that are now present in the classic save station login motif. And yes, we were continuing this way. This is where, on the snowfield, we fought off an entire surrounding pack of wolves yesterday. And fortunately, I think we'll only have to do that once. Just barely scraped out of that one with the assistance of the sniper from the Galactic Federation that assisted us at the end. We'll see what else he needs from us soon enough. But for now, let's continue. Yep. And yeah, nice crawlers. Essentially the kind of gamer-like in this particular version, but give me one moment. We'll go down fairly easily to a couple of shots, and we'll continue. That's just a return path for when we eventually find the pod that launches you back to the entrance of this zone. Wow, that's quite a flight path for the missile over there. That was somewhat accidental, actually. I actually meant to hit plus here for summoning the bike, but despite the vastness of this snowfield, it is not within a cycle-worthy zone, it seems. And so we'll just see how everything is clamped around here on the outside, but I don't know that we necessarily really missed anything around the snowfield. We'll catch whatever scans that we didn't really take the time to inspect on the last pass, but it's just a lot of broken down vehicles by the looks of it, without anything else too special. But we didn't really check anything off the beaten path and off the guide lights yesterday, so we'll just do a quick look at all that today before we proceed back into the entrance. Yeah, nothing to look at really. Let's just head straight in. This little pad here, this looks like... Oh, that's right. No, this is definitely a boost ball platform. This is actually exactly the same as those boost ball pads that you see in Prime 3, where you enter by one slot and then you start spinning things around to power them up. Very much the same design. Co-evolved with ones that were developed by the surviving robot civilization on Elysia, perhaps, up in Skytown. Anyway, we had proceeded here yesterday. We actually got as far as this room, grabbed the map for this zone that you can kind of see in gray, and then turn back to hit the save station rather than continuing. There is a lightning gate on this side that we won't be proceeding through just yet, so it looks like we will just be taking the lift and heading down. Now, this other shaft here, we should probably check what that's about for a moment. So we are just aware of our surroundings. And yeah, there's an upper level here that we don't really have means to reach yet, even with the space jump as is. This is, of course, going to be some kind of boost platform later on, or rather an elevator that we would have to activate if we found the appropriate switch. So yeah, the thing I was looking for was this tube up here that goes down, but that's from the upper level. There's a ramp up here on this side, presumably. And so you would just go up here, twirl around, and see if we can find the appropriate consoles to activate things once we power them up. So yeah, there's a drop, it seems, on this side that we'll just bomb our way through, and then that should just be breakable with the morph ball bomb, I would presume. And then this is an exit. Yeah, let's finish reading the text. No batteries included. And then this just takes you... oh, to this room here. Okay, that's where the sniper friend is. We'll maybe talk to him in just a moment before we head down the shaft. And lightning lock we know about.
Need something?
And sure, let's just talk to Kabe briefly. We had come in here and greeted him previously,
I can't go
but
with you because of my leg. I'll have to stay here.
yeah, he seems to be very interested in this elevator shaft that's all highlighted there. It seems like we'll have to restore power to it, and the way to do that is to just take a bomb and go down the shaft. Pretty straightforward. Oop. And down we go. We will have to make our way back up, of course, but that's a problem for later. Actually, if you look at the 3D map, we're still technically not too far down, are we? Well, we're in a different section of the map, a different floor. So you can kind of see the outline of where we were connected, but we're now down in the biolab section. What is this? Snow roach. Okay. Whoop. That was not what I meant to do, but keep forgetting to switch back out of the psychic skin visor. And something has been cryogenically preserved down here. And we'll, of course, melt that with the missile that we have. And yeah, so when you're in the psychic visor, you can pop out of the psychic visor with this shot selection, which is actually kind of important to know as a quick little shortcut, so we don't need to do the visor switch into it. I thought we were able to pop this. Here we go. Now, I guess we'll just take out more of these in the meantime while we inspect whatever else there is to see. But no, it looks like we'll just have to not get swarmed by the dart wings, which are the equivalent of the shriek bats in this game. So, you know what? Yeah, I did not intend to still be in the psychic visor once again, but we'll pop them anyway. Oh, and you can actually, of course, still continue down the passage with this projectile. Oh, Got a little bit clipped there. I was trying to dodge away from them. But that'll be alright. And then that's just... Whoops. Triple shot over there. And what else do we have? This behind it looks breakable. And so we'll break it, and that creates a morphball passage, which seems required. It gives you some enemy spells around here, I think, because you are required to have some shot ammo available, and then having some things to shoot at least ensures that you can acquire some. Loads to cryopods, okay. I still haven't figured out what's being frozen here. Well, creatures I know, but exactly what kind has not yet been revealed. So that's something interesting that we'll be scanning on the way in. But we'll need to get some power going throughout all of this first. Yeah, so even if you are in the scan visor, you can kind of tap the fire button to switch back to standard arm cannon. It's just that sometimes I go into the charge shot immediately, and thus we don't really tend to switch out of psychic when I want to. But let's see what this is. Blocks passages with a wall of psychic energy. We need to collect TK codes. Now, what is it blocking then? It's blocking the wall behind it, the purple one. Okay, that's fine. Well, we know right away that this door can be opened with heat. This also looks like it's behind a lot of meltable ice, perhaps. Okay, no, only from the other side, because we can't actually get to the control point. That's fine, we'll just need to wrap around to it somehow. And, oh, no, that's not it. I thought this was a fire lock, it's not. We'll need to go to a control room for that. So, again, yeah. We'll find a way in there. Oh, hang on. Yeah. Yeah, so if we are charging up inadvertently, I can just tap the scan visor button again to get out of that. And yeah, all of these are currently under the security lock, so we will proceed this way. And see if we go right or left. Left is open. And we'll see what's going on the right side as well, just to scout ahead a bit. That looks like a lock in its own right, but what kind? It is lightning, I think. Or no, it's a grapple lock, okay. So nothing will do there until grapple. And okay, then I guess if we manage to power this on, then we'll start triggering the various doors. Link to activation device. Well, conveniently, it's just been placed right beside us there. And I guess we'll read the extended version. The Great Tragedy. And they're studying the grievers, like the jungle grievers that we saw in the jungle. So I guess some kind of dangerous transformation happened to create creatures like the grievers. And it has something to do with the green energy that we've been collecting with the green gems on the surface. More than that, we don't know just yet. We know that some kind of disaster did befall the Lomorn civilization, and lead to all the desertification that we see here. But let's melt this first and power things on. Okay, now we have a map, and we have a control terminal for the various locks. Touching the hologram will release all locked security doors. I'm pretty sure we're going to do that. Well, let's unlock them all. I guess we aren't going to do it selectively, nor would we have chosen to. What horrors have we unleashed? Let's find out.
Samus? Samus? You hear me? I patched into the facility speakers. I can use them to communicate. I noticed that several rooms were unlocked at once. That was
Absolutely intentional.
nice. Proceed with caution. You never know what's lurking.
So, what manner of creatures are being studied here? Let's take a look. Nothing wrong with that one, it seems. TK code. Yeah, we'll need... Oh. So, I guess we just grab this. Hang on. I'm trying to grab it. Or... It's not really letting me put it anywhere, though. I'm just able to spin it. I see. No, we need to create a perspective, I think, that is going to reunify the image. We need to look at it from a certain perspective that turns it into something solid. Like that. Close enough. And there's code fragment number 1. And yeah, they're increasing the dosage of something here. And once we have power back, then there's some reason why we might want to come back here and perhaps look at these more thoroughly. Alright, let's see what's over here. Defective cryopod. And yeah, so this is where they maintain the cryopods themselves. So the clamp picks things up at the inspection table, and maybe we'll just have to get into morph ball form and get picked up or something. Or, rather, there's going to be another pad here that we can read for more research notes to see what horrors have befallen this place. So it looks like things are cryogenically preserved and then sent here to the laboratories where they're having all the specimens continue their hibernation. And the cooling equipment continues to function even with minimal power. Because, I guess from an engineering perspective, as a critical system, that makes sense. But then what do we actually interact with here with anything? It looks like maybe this is a little bit boostable as a surface. Like we're able to maybe go up this curve. But it doesn't really lead anywhere, so I think this gives you a little bit of lore and context, but we don't know yet what else this room is actually useful for. Well, in that case, I guess we should just continue. Oh, of course, we're looking eventually for some kind of connection point that will get us over to the room that is still obstructed by ice. But we don't really see that here now, do we? Not at a first glance. Okay, then this room next. Interesting. Nova DNA sequencer. Oh, they created something they couldn't control now, didn't they? Nova DNA. This is where they created Galactic Nova from the Kirby series. And yeah, that probably is the shaft that goes over to the other room if you take a morph ball through. Connects to the adjacent room, of course it does. Anyway, what kind of lock is this? This is still a grapple lock, so maybe we'll wind up getting grapple before boost ball anyway. It's unclear what order we'll get them in, given that we've seen our fair share of locks involving either. Oh, look at that. We can kind of see what's going on here. I can't rotate my camera, though. I guess technically Samus doesn't really see things inside the ball. We have no idea what her sensory apparatus is like inside of a morph ball, actually. That has never really been established. Okay, so install something in this room, a gift to the one who will become our savior. So is this an item for Samus? Like the grapple. It could very well be. I mean, we see the grapple lock there. Yeah, I bet we just get the grapple here then. The lasso. And we'll see how to operate it. And then we can pull that down as well in order to complete the maintenance tube. That would then connect to the shot expansion over there. And then let's see what else we have to play with. Internet lift, and then this is a bomb slot that will uncap. So yeah, it looks like we can complete this passageway and get the shot expansion all the way across, but first we have to turn the psychic lock. Just follow the shape to demonstrate that we have sufficient mind powers to be the savior of the Lamorne. So yeah, it looks like lasso before boost ball then, and there are a number of places we can think of already where we can take this. And we'll be sure to read the manual so we don't get thrown off or stuck when it comes to undocumented interactions that only appear in the tutorial text. Grapple's on the left hand, just like it was in Corruption, but with less shaky controls. So we can lock onto something and then... Is that a stick click? It might be. Never too fond of stick clicks, but maybe this will make sense as an input. Okay. The stick click graphic is also something that I've never really liked the design of either, so let's pull that in place. And it was something else, wasn't it? It was this lock here. You know, between stick click and the kind of throw to grapple nunchuck input in Corruption, I think I might even prefer the motion version. The issue with it always was that the nunchuck's motion detection was not really that great. Not really that responsive sometimes. But anyway, we've completed the whole track. This would no doubt give you access to this lift to push you up, and then once it does, we go for the shot expansion accordingly. And yeah, this also connects back to the room that we came from previously, because that's where we fell out in the first place. So let's roll away over. And grab the ammunition. Yeah, you like to stick click 06, you're saying, because it makes me feel more psychic. Oh, we went all the way back here. No, I was supposed to go down the previous room, but was there something the Lasso could interact with here? Yes, there was. And that didn't do anything. But I guess you can unlock all of these in case something interesting happens. Yeah, at least when you're not holding on to something, the stick click doesn't do anything, so it's not something that you'll have too many accidental problems with, perhaps. But we'll see. It doesn't look like opening these pods does anything for me here. Want to come back after we restore some power. Well, it shows you that there are all these different points to check. At least. Anyway, we should go back down to the little lift here. And out the door that we unlocked on this end. And let's see if we're able to break this open. Yeah, shatters the ice. Great. Now we can go back and forth as we will. Maybe I should have marked some of the grapple points that we could have interacted with earlier, but in lieu of that, yeah, there's the Lasso blocker over here. There's another door. Oh, yes, that's right, because this was behind the TK code gate. So behind the Lasso blocker, presumably that's where we get the other half of the code. And then we'll see how that goes. Actually, I want to check the range on this. Say we are within any lock-on range at all, then it goes. Okay. Also, let me make sure that we know if there's anything else undocumented about it. If I have anything else that we need to know. Yeah, scanning targets to reveal the Lasso points, of course. And yeah, because you see, if only we'd scanned some of this for other things like the psychic bomb interaction here, that would have saved a whole lot of trouble. It's actually a little bit more text at the bottom here. Talks about the bomb jump, etc. Yep. Anyway, let's continue and see what awaits us here. This is something. We'll just blast this way. Impervious to beams and explosives. Physical force. Oh, that means grapple. Yeah, we'll see what's back here, of course. The map seems to believe it's a dead end of sorts, but it's because the map has not accounted for our ability to melt the ice. Let's get rid of some of this stuff, though. And then, okay, there we go. Okay, that's something new. Horn terminal for map data. I guess we'll get more maps. I mean, we know that we passed by some grapple-worthy points on the way down here, so Let's map out a bit more. And that'll give us more of the section around us. Fills in a bit more of what we had heard about earlier. Okay. I almost kind of want to go back through this floor because I thought I'd passed some kind of grapple lock recently, but I could be wrong. Since I didn't bother marking that at a time, thinking it wouldn't be relevant for some time, but we will of course proceed in a moment, but let's see what else is around here first. See if we can just double back for a moment. Because I was sure I saw some kind of grapple interaction along the way. There wasn't any of this. This is just where we came down. Also, yeah, that would be the connecting bomb passage that is currently grayed out on the map, so that would be exit only. It seems, at least for the time being. There must have been something upstairs then before we came down. Okay, let's just continue the way we're supposed to continue. I mean, it was exit only, right? Let's take a quick peek. Yeah, offline unlocked. Okay, and then now... Well, we still can't get through here yet. Wait, we still can't get through there, then we do need some kind of grapple interaction. It might have been in one of the other rooms we saw earlier, like in a cryopod room. That seemed to be a dead end at the time. That's not the cryopod room, that's the Nova room. Hang on. What's the other side? I mean, we do have more of the facility map to work with at this point as well. But let's just check around a bit to see if there's anything new to look at. This we got the code from previously already. This we hit nothing earlier, so it seems like a natural place to check. In case there is something grabbable. Let's check the map. Okay, so the TK lock is over here. Maybe there was something around here that would activate the entrance to the maintenance tunnel, then allow you to continue. That would be a natural thing to presume. But I did miss a grapple lock mechanism somewhere else, I think. Let's go back for a moment. Was it in the security room, perhaps? Let's take a look. So yeah, we currently just have one half of the lock. And so we would need to finish the last segment over here as well. And then perform some kind of trace, maybe of the outer hexagon. Or maybe that's something that's resolvable now, but let's see what we can do. Did we actually take a second look at this? Came through here. That was where we got the ice. This is where we got the map. Let's just think about this for a moment. So it's something that's gated by the grapple, but we don't know what it was. So yeah, this, I mean, surely we still need a second fragment in order to do this, unless it's a path trace. I mean, so you are allowed to overlap, but of course we're still missing one node, so not much else we can do here. And that's why it says no. And so we need to find the other node first. Now we had checked all the rooms. We didn't find one in the cryopod room, and that strikes me immediately as suspicious. Tells me that we should probably melt some ice or something somewhere. Or see what else might be accessible. Maybe we should have gone back to the room with the containers that we could open with the grapple. We found nothing there at the time, but possibly I needed to scan it more closely. I mean, you have a room full of containers that you open with a grapple. Surely maybe one of those contained the remaining lock fragment. Let's just run around here for a bit first and see if we can think about that further. So, yeah, we exited out this way after acquiring the grapple. This terminal is still offline for lack of power. We did have the opportunity to come back here where we entered in the first place, and yeah, we might open a few things. Oh yeah, this was right here. We saw this glowing earlier too, I just didn't scan it for some reason. Sample file containing a TK code. There we go. That gets you through. Let's rotate this thing until it cooperates. There we go. Yeah, I saw that green glow earlier when we were scanning around, and for some reason I just didn't follow up on that when we were grappling everything in sight. Okay, well that solves the problem. Things that work in video game logic that don't work elsewhere, just saying, well, you know, surely it must work. Also, can I put the code in? There we go. Surely it must work because that's what a puzzle solution is like. Now the thing is, do we actually have to create a path with no overlaps? Oh no, we need to create the shape on the right. Okay. I just saw the shape on the right. So, yeah, we just need to match it. And that's also why you need all fragments. It's a little pay attention and match the shape exercise. Surely we can get that much done.
Whatever you're doing, it's working. Keep it up.
Oops. Have we scanned this kind of bot before? We have not, so let's do it. Light maintenance tech. Do a good bit of damage. And then we've got more tanks coming. Got a couple of them in the room ahead, so we'll take them out while we can let the walls safely obstruct them. That's all I see on the radar. So here's another code that we'll need to proceed in this section. A stretcher. Okay, so... Well, I mean, it looks open to me. And then we'll see what to do about this lock over here. That one seems like it has all relevant fragments, but maybe we're wrong. Let's take a look here. So yeah, it doesn't show you what to match yet. So no, it actually only has those two nodes on the side right now, so we'll need to complete a few things to get it up and running. This looks like a save station, and indeed it is. Well, might as well take a look at some of this. And in case of emergency, break glass. So yeah, this security gate, I guess... Oh right, so it actually was not open, it was solid. Hence, breaking glass. And yeah, the circuits are all torn around here, but then that doesn't explain how we'll get in here. We'll need some kind of back passage to connect to that room, it seems. Or maybe some things will power on later, given how the rooms look on the maps. Or we'll find some other panel on the way in. Well, we don't know what happens once power's back on, so let's get in here first, find this passage, and then crack things open one at a time. Let's scan this room first. Nothing. Okay. And there's the DK code. Let's make the shape. Oop. I'm thinking of how we were playing Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown earlier this year, and it has a section that has all kinds of shattered background art that uses that parallax effect to merge together into something visible. There's some other game that I'm thinking of that had visual puzzles that were about looking at those from the proper perspective as well. I'm trying to recall what it was. Something I played relatively recently. But anyway, 1 out of 4 fragments. We'll be going through as many of these rooms as we can as we find them, and opening up whatever passages are available. This looks like it's something we'll need to deal with. Come on. Oh. Actually, no, let's just go missile. We don't need fire shot for this. Yeah, missiles just blow them up. Anyway, that looks like a lasso lock. But we'll... bullets. And then... see what else we're missing around here. This looks relevant. That symbol up top, we'll see what that's all about. I mean, it looks like they might be numbers, like 2 and 3. Well, actually, no, they're symbols. That looks like it's a psychically relevant symbol of some sort, so we'll scan that in a moment. Interesting. So we got 3 symbols in these rooms. We don't know what is represented by each of them just yet, but I guess we'll just go in and find out. Okay, and then what about these samples here and the data pad that's going to tell us something about what experiments they were up to and what they might have awakened. The subject is in hibernation in the cryopod. That's obviously going to be the zone boss, whatever this is. And clearly the sedation will have failed. Rapid cellular proliferation, you say. I wonder how big it's gotten. How much it's multiplied its presence. But yeah, that's clearly hinting at some boss that's going to come. This will need power. And we'll just continue this way. Okay, so yeah, they're doing something with the Grievers that led to the downfall of their civilization. And the Griever escaped and died. So something's vandalized a few things here, perhaps. But now in low power mode. Yeah, I'm sure that, you know, once you power up the facility, that some of these start bursting out at you or something. Have I seen another game with the Ice Lab theme? I want to say yes, but I'm searching my memory here. I guess if we even think back to older Metroid games, I guess Phendrana Drift wasn't really a lab any more than... I mean, there was the lab within it, right? Like, but in terms of an ice biome specifically being used as cryogenics for a sensible purpose, I'd have to think about that. Okay, let's see. Operates normally in low power mode, okay. So, yeah, some of that will break using fire when the time comes. And there's, of course, that hatch on the right that is pretty obviously where we'll be getting in. We do need to take some of this out. Yeah, missiles just taking up pretty quick. Oh, accidentally locked onto the grapple point. Yeah, I was starting to get pretty fluent with the stick click, I guess. It's feeling a bit more comfortable after a couple of iterations. Actually, after having replayed Prime 3 relatively recently, that game uses the kind of chucked and unchucked to grapple very, very frequently. And sometimes the responsiveness was a bit of an issue. And so maybe just sort of instantaneous input like with the stick click we have here might be an improvement. So GE something genetic engineering, oh no, green energy for sure. They use green energy that we see, fragments of elsewhere, and they seem to use that to mutate the subjects. And oh, I think I kind of get what's going on here. You see regeneration without an apparent mutation to alter the cells. And if we were to judge based on DNA, there are no significant differences between them and us. So yeah, there's I have to think about this carefully, but I feel like the Lemorn and some of the creatures that we see here, like the Grievers and such, are actually perhaps the same evolutionary lineage displaced in time that, we already see with the Chrono Tower and with the characters like Samus and the others being warped here, that there's some degree of time distortion going on that's compressed everything into one space. And so the Lemorn in the past noticed something like that and studied it. What was the thing we were trying to melt with the ice here? Was it this? Hang on. Oh, yes, there we go. It's funny, I wasn't shooting anywhere near that, but the heat managed to put some of that off. Anyway, I guess we should see if this has a code. And yes, it does. Yeah, but of course, whatever it is the Lemorn we're working on here led to their own downfall. That's just what science does in science fiction. Okay, so we've read that already. Let's just see what else is here. It contains a blood sample. But we've reached what appears to be a dead end in this section. Oh, right, because there were the 3 branches, 3 different sections, one key code in each, no doubt. In each zone, giving you some additional context for what is happening here. Oh, also notice this little morph ball passage. Right, no, that was enclosed, though. We saw that was enclosed. But it connects all the way around. I think that will largely depend on just powering on the entire facility. So, sure, let's do the map one here. And see what's happening. Resuscitates frozen specimens without returning to consciousness. Okay, and then we have more lab notes. More insights. So yeah, it looked like the great tragedy was merely one possible evolution of one potential future. We don't know what the Alsali system is just yet. At the end there. So yeah, basically the tragedy was befalling the civilization, but then the scientists who were working here continued to study the grievers, and then they're doing something with the green energy. Something in the crystals causing compositional change in the GE. And then they unlock some alternate evolutionary pathway. I mean, I guess we'll eventually see the zone boss in really understand what becomes of this. This hatch looks pullable. Ventilation fan inside, okay. Anyway, let's grab it. Oh, missile. And do we just blast it? Yes, we do. Now that's interesting. Well, this is the Balsali system, okay. Primarily used to perform experimental autopsies. So it's going to operate on something. I feel like we're in for a fight. Maybe not. Stabilize specimens without the need for restraints. Well, with everything being on low power here, I feel like something's bound to happen. But let's inspect and see where the code is going to come from. Oh. Is there something that we could activate cyclically here? Recording camera drone. Yeah, something broke out of here, obviously. And I guess we'll figure out what to activate. Storage mode disabled, operating mode initialized. So this machine is going to activate and then we'll have to deal with it. No? Is it going to try to operate on us, or do we need to do something else with it? Let's find out. Obtaining a TK code. Oh, it's just a code. Okay, so we can just grab it. And rotate. Rotate. Come on. Here we go. Almost. It looks a little askew here, but let's do it a little bit closer so we can see where the cracks are. Oh, that's just about it, right? Let's seal it. Here we go. Okay, and then we go to the left side section in the main room. Anyway, now it's able to perform autopsies, but there's no subject here. So much for stabilizing it without the need for restraints. Yeah, because I kind of wanted to say, didn't something like BioShock have an ice lab section, or maybe I just don't recall. Because whereas that's a game that was as far back as Prime 3 itself, even though I played it a few years after release. But anyway. And let's take a look here. Okay. So the subject's reverted. Yeah, so they're trying to stabilize whatever it is that they are making here. Missing the first of these logs, incidentally, from the sequence in which they're arranged, so I guess we'll have to see where to fill that in eventually. I kind of wonder how easily we'll be able to hunt for things to fill in 100% when it comes to the scans. Whether there'll be some shortcut for locating the straggling items at some point if we happen to be missing a few. And I guess we'll see what awaits us in here. Odd terminal. Yeah, we're going to release something, aren't we? Okay, so that will melt. Griever specimens. Okay, I guess we'll wrap around and pop that open. Oh. Couple of defenses here to deal with first. Let's go myself for that. Do we actually have a scan on a turret? I don't know. Oh, well. Oh, that's not a turret. That was just one of those that was on a ceiling. Yeah, and around this part of the loop, that's just going to run into wall. That's fine, we'll just go through here and melt some ice. 5 parts with a sensor in the center. This seems like a particularly important door. Oh, I see. No, it's one of those where you need to scan it and then zap the... Oh, no, never mind. We just zap it open like that. And then now that this pod is here, I guess we'll crack it open and then see if we get the TK code. Actually, we've got a couple that we can work with here. I guess we'll open them all and see what lies within. Griever specimen. And yeah, low battery, so it was completely frozen rather than cryogenically sustained. Drop in the laboratory's temperature. So yeah, I guess it's normally not supposed to be this cold everywhere. Only in the tanks. Perhaps. But I guess that's because the interior of the lab was breached. Oh, let's flip it. When we're kind of close, we flip it, look at the shiny side, and then that should reassemble it nicely. And then we'll finish the gate. Oh. What's popping open for us here? Not much. Yeah, a lot of connecting morph ball passages that we'll probably want to come back to at some point later. We've just fell into this. I don't know what this was all about. That's okay. Let's continue. Wherever that was. And this was the gate, right? The storage corridor, yeah. Hang on. Or... No, that's where we just were. Let's take a look here. Yes, it was this area that was still gated off. I wonder what the impetus will be to come back here later to go through the morph ball tunnels once they've been connected. Clearly there's something. And there will be more connection points to whatever's down below. But I guess we'll head a bit deeper first. And see what to do from there. Might as well pop a save while we're at it. Not really necessary, but you never know. And let's match the shape. Okay, well that's simple enough. Doesn't really take any kind of thinking, you just kind of go through the motions and match. Would be more satisfying if it were something like a pathing puzzle that you have to solve, like with no overlaps or something. And nope, I guess they ran out of budget and resources. So yeah, I guess they're trying to preserve their own civilization or something, but then they know it's towards extinction. We'll gradually find out more about why.
Samus, looks like you made it through another floor. You're getting close to the generator.
Yeah, so we'll power it on and then make it all the way back up and see what we need to deal with along the way. This looks like more ice to pop. And then, yeah, these ones, standard missiles will probably do. Or maybe not. I mean, they are ice-based, but I did want to save my fire shot ammo for the time being, just until we know we need it. Because no doubt it's going to be a big part of whatever fight is coming. Lightweight vertical wind turbines. And yeah, so it's wind power for consistent low power support. I don't like that rotational design to it, actually. But anyway, let's take a look here. Just a door this way. And bats will pick those out. Just get them out of the way. And now what do we have? Let's find out. Oh, this is new. Blue Krauk. Chiroptera variant that flies using pterygium wings. Their leader guides are called in by emitting sound waves from their antennae. Okay. They have a block that moves together. That's still out of scanning range. Let's see if we can get a bit closer to read all about it. Gondola lift. See, now this is jogging my memory for something else with an ice lab. Actually, no, Mass Effect is what it is. That's what I'm thinking of. I think it's a Mass Effect 1 that there's an ice lab zone that also has a gondola system. And anyway, with this lovely cavern over here, we're to figure out how to make our way down. I don't think we're just double jumping over there without something like a screw attack to get us over. This is more snow roaches. Not really ice to bust down. Let's think about this for a moment. Yeah, so actually it shows you this whole cavern system now that we want to get over. I guess we do want to cross to drop below and then continue down this way. I guess we can kind of do a mild drop over here and just follow the guide lights. And that'll get us to a jumpable location. Whoop, that's windy. Now, if it's that windy, how do we cross? Because it's going to blow us over, isn't it? I see psychic platforms over on the other side. We'll make it over there, I'm sure. Actually, it doesn't really blow you too much. I mean, you have to resist it, you have to push against it, and you can feel it in a rumble too, which is kind of a neat effect, but make it over. I'll probably jump this bit. Oh, that's cracking in a concerning way. Yeah, charge shot is a bit better against these. Maybe we shouldn't stand on that. I mean, it's just cracking for aesthetic purposes, I guess, but we'll activate these nodes. That's a grapple node, actually, each of these, it seems. Now, we haven't done grapple swinging yet. We'll look at it in just a moment. Let's see if maybe that looks like side path or main path. I think that looks like side path. Cool. Oh, we can't seem to grapple onto it yet, though. We might be out of range. Yeah, whoops. Let's blast this first. And see. We can't seem to grab onto it yet, though, with the grapple. I'm trying to click left stick, and it doesn't let me yet, so... Psychic... We have the Psychic Lasso, but maybe it doesn't count as a grapple yet. Or... Actually, let's read about this. Let's see. Yeah, Psychic Lasso is different from Psychic Grapple, it seems, or at least it's not the fully swingable version just yet. Because we can pull with it, but we can't grapple with it because it doesn't actually hook onto the points. So yeah, that's a nuance between the two that I wasn't really thinking of until this point. I thought the Psychic Lasso was the grapple. But then they actually call it Psychic Grapple, which tells me it's something that is different. Or it's perhaps an upgrade to the Lasso power that we'll need to pick up. Anyway, everything's gonna collapse. Yeah, when you have the wind effect, you see Sam is kind of bracing herself with her hand here. But here, we just jump down and let everything collapse underfoot. Whoa, everything really is collapsing underfoot. Okay, let's be mindful of that. That looks like it's meltable. Oh, strong shock. Okay, then let's go missile. Blow the thing up and whoa. Okay, I guess it gives a platform, so works for me. Doesn't seem to compromise too much of the wind power either. Alright, let's keep going. Also, maybe we should mark this as somewhere that we need a grapple point for. This area here. I think it would mark this entire room, though. This. So maybe that's not that helpful. But I guess we know that we need grapple point, and well, let's mark it for now and be confused about it later. And there'll be a little memo for what we need in that zone. Oh. Well, that was a little bit rickety, and that was a one-way interaction right there that we'll not be able to back out of. But we'll make our way back up when the power's on, so everything's going to be fine. And yeah, this is going to show that it has completely broken off. And yeah, this is how we will return, is that when power is restored, we'll be able to ride a lift. Ride a gondola, rather. And then... let's see what we can pull back here. Anything interesting or unusual? There are bats up top. Activating the bomb slot will unlock the shutter. That seems like it's going to be pulled. Or, well... yeah, we'll need to get up there somehow. Actually, no, we'll just lift a psychic bomb towards that. That seems like it's going to be the thing that happens. Oh. That's actually not reachable for me at the moment. Let's... oh. Whacked by too many of those again. And... bomb slot's not active yet anyway. It needs power. Let's read more about the disaster here. And so we need to carry on their mission, it seems, given that they put everything in low power to see if anything will survive here. Some things obviously didn't go quite as intended. Nice that it's stickened over time. Yeah, we'll do a bit of melting. Let's take a look at this room first, though, before we proceed. Just to make sure there's nothing else we mean to interact with here. Okay, let's continue. Cryogenic and Bioform Studies, Cluster 1. And Arlen, welcome with a party of 11. Thank you for the space raid, and welcome everybody coming in with that. Simon Beverage, Y1U Smudge, etc. Good to have you folks here and joining us. I don't know if over there you're way ahead of me in terms of progress in this game, but we have started diving into the ice belt today, and just picked up the lasso. I assume you're ahead of me. I think you've been on quite a lot, but for obvious reasons we haven't really been watching elsewhere just yet. And bomb slot over here, yeah. And yeah, I've been doing well. We've been running this every day. We hit a bit of a snag on the first day in that I have tutorials turned off, you see. And because, you know, I always want to solve things myself instead of receiving too much guidance. And we had a bit of an incident on the first day where I kind of ran around confused for nearly 2 hours because we didn't know about the psychic bomb interaction, having not read the tutorial message. Now, it is in the manual about the psychic bomb, like it is in the description here, but we didn't think about, but we didn't think about reading it at the time. And so I was thinking, well, how do I reach that high position with the bomb? And, you know, do I just do something that feels like a skip by doing a triple bomb jump or something? But no, instead we just ran around back and forth, not realizing that I just needed to turn tutorials on to see the text. But anyway, we have not had something like that happen since, thankfully. But it serves me right for trying to minimize information. But yeah, this has been a really beautiful zone to walk through so far. And this looks like an electric lock, yeah. So we'll have to come back for that. Looks like a transport tube, okay, yeah. We'll see what other elements we acquire with time. Actually, since it's an electric lock, I should mark that maybe. don't have a good system for marking different kinds of requirements consistently yet, but usually with the electric locks you would see a symbol if it's on a door, but since you don't see it here, we'll just save that for later. And yeah, Smudge, thank you for coming by with a raid, and if you need to head off, you have a great day as well. Anyway, let's see. That looked like a save station even before I opened the door. Sometimes you can just tell given the positioning on the map. Okay, now well, save station before we head into a big prominent area here. I think we're probably in for a fight, but we will see. And yeah, anyway, it looks like at this point that is when the Corona Tower is built to preserve the civilization, what is left of it. And so, yeah, so here they're experimenting on the Grievers to see about how they seem to have branched off from the Lemorn and seem to be at least temporarily restorable to the Lemorn via whatever experiment they're performing with the green energy, but they didn't manage to figure out how to make that stick. Now, I wonder which logs we missed, if those logs could have been acquired in this section. But maybe we'll fill some of that in later. And let's continue. And let's not get nuked by every single one of these for that much damage. Oh yeah, I didn't expect to get stuck here. Instead of dodging those responsibly. That's okay, we'll just break some things. And get some of that health back. And that's just more ice to break through. So we'll break that and make our way through. And yeah, clearly something big coming here. Oh, I guess that's just a wind turbine or something. Maybe we reactivate the power relatively soon and then see how we've transformed the place. So a lot of platforms on the side to look at as well. That looks like that will take us even further below. We know there are some deeper floors to come yet. And yeah, this is when they know that they're kind of finished here. And that is why everything freezes in the laboratories, which means that, well, I guess they didn't expect that the specimens in the cryopods would not survive when the surrounding environment is also completely frozen. Someday their savior will appear. Well, I guess that's what Samus is here to do. So it maintains operation of the cryopods. Notice that the cryopods we did see, though, were the ones holding the Grievers. But yeah, I guess maybe that's what they're referring to as their brethren, unless they're Lemorn that are also being preserved somehow. But no, I think we've figured out what there is to know at this moment. So, generates enough electricity here once we spin things up. Here in the core we have a maintenance slot. So I guess we need to get in there and activate each one. And we'll see what that is on the side as well. Startup device. And this operates the terminal over here once we've powered it up. Okay, big scene coming. Let's see it. Except, well, no, this is locked for the moment. But I guess we need to initiate each of these. I guess we'll just continue walking through this until we find out how to access any of that. Oh, here's something. Can extend by pulling. Right, okay, we'll do that, and we'll also melt this. And then that allows us to reactivate everything that we need. Also, this is telling me to pull it because we can link it over to the other side, and then that will connect. Okay, simple enough. Then one more. Then this one needs to be pulled down. Okay, now that we plugged it in, then that should power on the switch. Amazing how everything is just standardized around morph ball size activation. Oh. Okay, let's see about those turbines once we get up the ramp on this side. I guess it's just a diagram of what this looks like at the moment while nothing's rotating. And I suppose we'll turn this on. And then see what kind of complication appears from here. Okay. This is telling me that it's malfunctioning, strong burst of energy. Yeah, we'll get that, I guess. Give it a bit of a kick. Now, we do need this to also activate the other two, no doubt. Because right now we're just operating at a third. Now, let's see how to manipulate things to make that happen. If at all. I mean, that's clearly not completely on, so what is this? I see, so a psychic activation point that then allows you to maintain other things. That looks like a spider track, though. We don't have anything that can navigate a spider track at the moment. Psychic ball, the psychic spider ball. Well, we don't have that. I guess we'll have to get that further down. Yeah, actually, you know, in spite of the various power-ups being the ones that are kind of Metroid standard but with a psychic twist, that this game does kind of keep you guessing as to what order you'll get them in. I mean, the lasso, for instance, turned out not to actually be the grapple, and then we've been expecting boost ball all this time, and then now we see a comparatively strict requirement for the spider track. And oh, there's something that will tether morph ball as well. Interesting. Yeah, that's going to be in connection with whatever gets you spider ball in this game, I guess. But it does mean we need to figure out how to actually get that going. Now, it looks like it's probably pretty hazardous to just go through the turbine. I don't think we could. But we have some partial power here. Maybe there's something that we can backtrack towards here that would nevertheless be active. But we haven't really fully started up the main generator. yet, so... But is there a way to do it without the spider track taking all the way across? Maybe the spider track is more of a return path? I don't know. Well, have to see. But yeah, without the spider ball, we really can't progress. Here, takes off a huge chunk, in fact. Just checking. Okay, then let's see how we'll go forward in this facility. Well, we have the lasso, which means that even if we have hit a bit of a dead stop in the ice belt, maybe there are other places to go to that we can now unlock with it. And then, you know, if we need to get out of here, although that's dependent on finding a way back up top, which we actually currently don't have, then we need to backtrack and get out of here for lack of the spider ball. Possibly in the upper levels we have a lasso point that is now available. However, we broke down the gondola that led us into the power station here, so that's not going to be it. However, quarantine is obviously where a boss is going to be eventually. And we'll have to figure out the drop in there. I mean, it looks like it's with that terminal here that opens the hatch that was on the right of the generator. So, wait, let's stay here and think about this. Let's just inspect this a bit further. Generates enough energy for the main laboratory. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like we've been given very much, with only one turbine spinning. But, actually, what if we did something using the psychic beam? No, we clearly need spider track for this, but there's a hole off to the side over there. Maybe we can spin something there using time stop. And actually, I think that's likely to be what's going on here. Because, yeah, when you see something rotating really quickly like that, then naturally the thing to do is to stop time and power things up. Okay, 2 down. And now we look for the entry point for the third, and you can kind of see the hatch in the back there. So, yeah, no, this is absolutely the correct approach. Glad we stopped to actually think about this for a moment. It's not a time stop, it's a slow time, but, you know, all the same. We'll lock on. Whoop. Oh, no, that missed. Let's give it a better angle. We can weave it down there and get the lock on. Nope, that got stopped. Come on. This reminds me of a particular obstacle in Bayonetta, actually, where you need to go through airplane turbines using your slow time ability. Oh, that's going to hit. Hang on. So yeah, it does give you a little meter there for how frequently you're allowed to use this ability, but let's try not to hit the edge this time. Let's just try to get the lock on down accurately, and then, whoop, there we go. Now we're on. And look at that, the facility, or at least the generation, has been restored. And we'll see what we have woken up here.
Hey, you got the power back.
Really do love
Rendezvous up top and we'll talk next steps.
how the place just lights up, kind of like the Vault Forge did, actually. It's been very satisfying to see entire zones just light up and change like this. Anyway, we should scan this and open up passages to the lower level. Although, rather than continuing right away, I actually wonder if we want to backtrack first. Just to see if we can do anything. I mean, we'll obviously want to continue and then see what that is all about. And of course, the spider track here is still unaccounted for in terms of what that's useful for. Actually, that looks like an energy tank there, doesn't it? Or is that a shot expansion? I can't. You know what? Whoops. I'm gonna. It looks like a shot expansion, but I'm going to check because we can check. We'll just take a closer look using this camera method here. I totally can't see it. Looks like a shot expansion. Let's mark it anyway, just in case, because we know. Yeah, we'll need spider track here at some point. I'll likely forget, just given the scale of the map in the different zones. And yeah, I do note the music, of course, just activating here as well. Again, that's been something very perceptive about the score, just remembering that, well, Metroid Prime needs vocals, and now that it's no longer the mid-2000s, we have much better access to scoring a video game with actual vocals to make everything sound properly human as well as resonant. Now, device of controls is frozen. Okay, so this is on, but it doesn't do anything for us. Yeah, we will of course go down that area, but I do want to see what else has changed here first. Okay, well that's good. That gives you plenty of health to work with. Yeah, because maybe there are things that we can activate and collect while we're here anyway. Just to see what else is different. And then, yeah, this is activated now. Oh, I see. So that kind of blocks you off from continuing without taking a frightful amount of damage. Right, because this was with the electric gate. This was with a save station. So this is what kind of obstructs you from a backtrack. Does quite a bit of damage and repulses you, in fact. So, although if you jumped it, you could just jump it. Then now we have logs over here. Now this stuff is still closed though. This is still not active. Offline and locked, but then why can't we just activate it using this hatch here? Get a terminal and conduit access. So yeah, because then we can just get over here and power it all up. And now we suddenly have access to the tunnels, as well as whatever this is. Maybe this is the main path, actually. We're totally gonna fight this. Yeah, we actually saw the room where it broke out, in fact. Hit a corrupted due to deep freeze, yeah, and we've watched that. Okay. So anyway, bomb slots are now finally open. Also, we marked something as requiring the electrics, this one here. Well, I mean, it still does, so we will not be able to use that just yet, but now at least tunnels are open. Just got a map. Map doesn't show where that leads yet. Oh, yes, it does. It leads all the way back to the entrance here. We'll just continue exploring a little bit before we get to the downstairs. Yeah, because that's how you would restore access to the top level, perhaps. Since otherwise, we don't actually have a return path available just yet. So, for instance, we go through here. Ooh, interesting. Love that warm yellow glow everywhere. It's very distinctive. Okay, so now we're in this upper level again where things have been activated, and then this is the log we've seen before. And then now we can activate a whole bunch of other things, but so camera's down. What about this one? And yeah, we don't really know the units of measurement. Elevated bomb slot. Yeah, that's just a psychic type, so we'll just do that and then move things accordingly. That opens this hatch. And oh, that's interesting. I have a couple of things to zap with the beam here. Okay, what's behind door number 1? Full energy. That's it, it's not any kind of permanent pickup, okay. Yeah, just full life restoration. However, what about this one? Ah, there we go. Shot expansion. I knew something looked suspicious.
Come back to the control room. I'm waiting for you upstairs.
No, we're not coming back to the control room. We'll go downstairs first. See, now that he's telling me to come back to the control room, then of course we're going to explore downstairs first. Although I guess we have all the means that we need to activate the gondola. We're not taking it. I'm just activating it. Oh, no, we are in it. Okay. Never mind. Well, let's see where this connects. This just goes back up to the top of this room here, though. And yeah, again, rather than go back to the facility, actually, now that he's telling me to go back to the control room, I feel like we should check downstairs first just to see what kind of gate we're intending with. So we usually play, you know, you tell me that the main quest is one way, we'll go the other way. Yeah, because I guess main path is coming back here and backtracking the way we've been doing. But we'll check that downstairs hatch instead, just to see what is obstructing us. What a beautiful glow. Look at all this. Okay, now we just... Oh, jump it. I said jump it. Then... I mean, we can always restore ourselves at the save station if need be, even if we take that much punishment. Good thing there's save stations work at low power. We'll just roll the way back down. I think we largely See what we needed. And then let's just go down and see what's below. Maybe we hit a very quick dead end here. Then oh, energy tank. Okay. Held by a clamp that can be removed only when one side. Pulling the clamp will unlock the gate. What clamp? Oh, here we go. So we'll need to weave down towards that now that we're on the lower level. Okay. So yeah. Oh. So this is like a little more called platforming section then, or timing section rather. We need to find the right timing to get across. Dodge. And dodge. And then out this way. We just grapple open once we get the energy tank. Well, good thing we came back here to check. So yeah, by lower level it does not mean going down to the bottom to quarantine. Access to quarantine is sensibly not going to be through the power generator. Oh right, because it was the main lift that was from the main room. That's right. All the way at the surface, we had the main elevator that goes all the way down to begin with, and which we didn't take because it was inactive. And we saw that on the map in the map room. If I can find what that looks like. Yeah, this elevator right here, it goes all the way down, and we saw that in the map hologram where our sharpshooter friend is located. So yeah, okay, now we're ready to go back up. Having acquired the energy tank. Whoops, that was dangerous. Wait, no, didn't it say that we could grapple something on that end to open? Yeah, we did. No need to go through all that again. Okay, so now we know where to proceed. One thing that has always, I think, been characteristic of the environmental design that stands out so much about the Metroid Prime series is that you can look at pretty much any given shot and just from the color design understand immediately which biome you're in. And definitely, you know, powering on the Volt Forge has a very different glow to it than powering on the Ice Belt. So we absolutely see that principle in action here, where it's sort of unmistakable where we are, I think, if we look at the hues that we have here with the yellows and with the purples here and so on. And of course initially in its frozen state as well. Oh yes, that's right, we needed to take the Morph Ball passage to head up through here. Okay, now let's take a look. Anyway, yeah, this is down as it always was, but we had the gondola access that we had seen before open up. And or rather we did, and then yeah, I thought this was the passage that wait, what did we just do? Morph Ball. Lower airlock here. Okay, yeah. That's right, and then we just Morph Ball through here. Wait, but then did we take the... Right, because this side passage is just what comes down from... Or up from below, rather. Yep, okay, that's right. Let's not lose ourselves too easily in the moment. Also, we can scan the whole thing now since it's active. As well as this point that we're about to touch anyway. Okay. At this point, let's take a look at what has become the place now that everything else has been turned on. And we're able to scan everything in sight. Whoop. And there's always one of those that I miss. And yeah, a lot of things don't work, but not for lack of trying. Okay. So much for those controls. Now let's just keep going. And yeah, more morph ball passages are now active.
Triggered the alarm. I can't override security.
Well, first of all, we'll bust open some of this. Ooh, what's that? Late maintenance tank. Okay, we'll blow that up. And of course, the morph ball passage just kind of writes itself here, and yeah, that's going to take us all the way through, and we'll have this little loop. On this side, there's probably some kind of item, and we'll just loop all the way around, I guess. Let's see what's inside. Wow, look at the kind of ice on the right, yellow glow on the left. It's beautiful reflectivity to it. And then the purple highlight in the middle. It's just a very stunning color design all over the place here. And yeah, I'm sure something's gonna break out of a pod or something and show that it has been restorable all this time. This stuff is all dead though, so. However, look at all these pods up here. Several pods are reporting system errors. Some of them are giving us some other special message, it seems. And yeah, look at this. This is... We didn't bother kind of tilting up to look at all this earlier, but that's what the cryopod storage, whoops, that they were trying to preserve looks like in its full glory. And yep, told you. Okay, so we have a different kind of griever who's going to give us grief. Let's... Frostburn griever. We will obviously try to burn this thing. Lots of pigmentation, yeah. Yeah, so these are kind of like cousins of the Lemorn as a species, which ought to make us feel bad about zapping them, but doesn't. They weren't really recoverable anyway. Also, did we get a chance to check anything here? No. Okay. Well, we don't want to just use all our ammunition here. Let's just see what else we can do. And also, was that something that we need to scan? Yeah, maybe we do need to zap them. Give it first to 3 with our powered shot. Okay. Fairly simple, except Of course, expends a good bit of ammo, some of which we'll get back. But hang on, let's get off the psychic visor for a moment. I keep accidentally reactivating it. Yeah, no wonder the facility went into lockdown. It's because they detected that everything else was escaping. So we didn't see this log earlier. And yeah, so they've been gathering the grievers. They've been trying to turn them back to Lemoyne, basically. And at tremendous cost. I guess this is a log that we'll keep our eyes peeled for as we get closer to the top. Because it looks like we'll be able to fill in most of the logs in this section here as we learn about what went wrong across the whole facility. Anything to scan? No. I feel like maybe one of the issues with my ability to perceive whether we are in the psychic visor, although, I mean, you can tell from the hand, of course, but compared to other visors in the past, I mean, on one hand, it doesn't really obstruct your vision the way that previous scan visors kind of limited your vision. But unlike other Metroid Prime visors, you know, at a glance, if you're not paying attention to the hand, the tint doesn't, and even the outlines almost don't change your field of vision by enough to really make it ambiguous that you're still in that. Because definitely, sometimes I sort of fail to register that we're still in the psychic scan visor. I mean, you know, maybe it's obvious and we just don't pay enough attention, but sometimes we have to make a snap decision to shoot something, and that's when it matters. Now, this is obviously breakable, but still hazardous. And then we'll see if there's some kind of bonus that we can get off any other section here. Okay, this is probably something we need to drop towards from above. We're not going to be able to do some kind of infinite bomb jump here or something. We need to loop up towards it. Oh, actually, that requires spider track, so we might have to mark this room here. I don't have a good marker for spider track, necessarily, but it's a shot expansion, so we'll mark it with a missile. Yes.
I'm picking up a lot of activity. What's happening down there?
Oh, that's a lot of griefers. Giving us grief. Yeah, the triple shot is quite nice to have. I'm glad we took the time to pick that up. Yeah, absolutely stunning environment, actually. Yeah, that's the sign of their breakout. The solar system is online, but we're not really using it for anything at the moment, given that we're not performing autopsies. So we'll continue to circle around the outside, but let's grab some shot ammo first. And continue. Okay, this is a timing check. Oh, whoops. A little too daring there, perhaps. Okay. Now, let's see what else we can activate around here. So now things are in full power. And I guess we'll loop around there to see what else we can do in that room, if anything. If there's anything to look at. Full power instead. And the bots are down. Probably blown up by the grievers. And then, oh, there we go. We'll toast it. And yeah, didn't expect everything to be turned on so suddenly, I guess. Last use unknown. Can we actually use the terminal? Nope. No hand on it. Yeah. Speaking of which, on the logbook, so Awakening was this one here. So if we're looking for something that was log number 1, we should keep our eyes peeled past this point. Oh, that's a lot. And yeah, the thing about the fire damage is that it does kind of splash to a few of them at once. We can get lots of shot ammo off of them afterwards, so that was not too much of a problem. Okay. Of course, we'll see some of the central terminals now that they are on. No data retrievable, so yeah, now you know exactly what the rooms are called, even though we've seen them all already. Surgery room and cryopod storage, as we knew, and recovery room, which we're in use. And then this looks like it's something that we could pull, actually. Oops. Maybe this gives you the log that we were missing. Or, oh, does this just go back to where we came from originally? I think it does. Yeah, because some debris fell on top of it, so now we have to break our ways back through. So, once again, we should keep our eyes peeled for remaining log file. And now that these rooms are open, in fact, maybe... Yeah, we had to do something about that missile anyway, so clearly there's more to see on this section. Oh yes, that's right. Okay, it's going to break this for me, so... Yeah, I've spent about half our ammo at this point. Well, about a third of it. I'll get some of that back. But for the moment, let's see this area first. Morph ball over here. Once we break the shutter. It's just a missile though, no log here yet. Okay, so... Oh, here's the log. That's got to be the last one that we needed. Well, the first one, rather, in the sequence. And then others will perhaps be filled lower in the lab once we go down to quarantine. And... yeah, they only have so much green energy to work with, I guess. And are kind of surprised that it has such a dramatic effect on the grievers. But alas, it does not really last. Whoops, that's the wrong button. Hang on, let's get back out to fire first. And get out of here before they Hit me. Well, is our sniper trooper friend going to survive this, or is he going to meet a much more grisly fate? I guess we'll find out. Okay. That was a little sloppier than some of the other fights, but that's okay. Anyway. Naturally, we're going to save and replenish. So, really didn't need to skimp on any ammo there, at least not in normal mode, although from the difficulty description, it did seem implied that the eventual unlockable hard mode probably limits your replenishment at save stations to a more greater extent. And yeah, so while this door is now open, we'll probably see what we want to do through there. Oh yes, that's right, and it connects back upstairs, so let's see here. So yeah, we connected through here, came through here. Or did we? Did we actually look at this? Hang on, let's go down. A moment. Yeah, alright, this security shutter is shut, that's why. So it is back through the short way. And we take the lift down to quarantine after that for the zone boss that is almost certainly whatever they were working on here in its final form. Yeah, it doesn't take too many shots here. Don't need to be that aggressive necessarily. Okay, all toasted. And all replenished.
Samus, do you copy? I got red dots on my radar.
Yeah, imagine that. Red dots. How dangerous could they be? Let's zap some more of these, and oh, that one's almost dead, but not quite. There we go. Okay, doors are all open around here. I guess we'll just make it back to the Morph Ball Passage eventually, but we can also just scope around a little bit first too. See if there's anything new in the zone that we want to explore. In case there's anything that we now have available that I hadn't noticed before. It seems like all this is familiar though, the way we left it. Yeah, this was just where we got the map earlier. And then all the different places where we acquired the TK locks on this floor. Nothing new to look at, really. But we'll do a bit of a check here anyway. Just in case. Oop. Okay, all toasted. Well, mostly toasted. That one still needs to be toast. Yeah, I don't think we actually need to scan... Yeah, that's right. As with energy pickups and missile pickups, they are not needed for the logbook in this game. We'll just check every room to see if anything is interesting. A password is required to search his data. I guess that means we probably just can't use it. Okay, anything new in here? No, not really. At least doesn't seem so. Yeah, because the circuitry was down to begin with, so restoring power does nothing here. I think there was one more room we had to check, wasn't there? Let's take a look around here too. Check every section. See, this looks interesting now. Hologram of planet Vuros. And so, there's a lot of Griever tracking. That's a lot of Grievers, potentially, and... Look at that hexagonal grid. Great Mines. We haven't been to the Great Mines now, have we? Log on GPS data points. Well, let's read the other ones and see what else we learn. Soul Valley, 19 data points, okay. So that has Grievers. Here's Fury Green. 33 data points over there. So yeah, this is the Griever tracker, essentially. Also, now this is... Well, no, we just didn't scan this previously. It was already online. And... Yeah, so the Great Mines we have not been to yet. We went to the fire section, to Flare Pool. Great Mines seem to be something new that we have not yet accounted for. And actually, I'm pretty sure I know where that is, having visited what all of the different locations, the 5 main locations look like on the map. I think we know what it looks like. The area that we couldn't pass because we weren't able to get through the bollards around what is supposed to be a bridge. So a couple of Grievers in the Flare Pool by the looks of it. So yeah, they scan all of the different sectors here, including this one here, and then I guess that's why you need to visit all 5 for the memory of the civilization. Look at this tube now, wow, just absolutely glowing. So we'll see what else these terminals are able to tell us now. And yeah, no, don't tell us anything about what specifically they say. Is there anything we can interact with here? No. No. So let's continue. Okay, then might as well pop some boxes in case we get more shot ammo, like right now. And we can read about what's going on here too. Term exposure to extreme cold, yeah. Some things don't work, I guess, when you power them back up. The system is down. And anyway, we'll make it over to the morph ball slot. That takes us back up.
They're coming for me. Going off comms. Meet you upstairs.
Okay. Actually, charge shot is generally sufficient for these if they're not totally leaping at you. Oh, I saw that one coming. Yeah, actually 2 charge shots are enough. We don't need to dump that much ammo in them. Although we've replenished most of it, so it doesn't really matter in the end. We probably shouldn't miss quite so badly either. Yeah, as long as we don't let them approach too closely, you get a bit of a stun off the charge shot as well that just keeps them back. That's nice and easy. And then here's the slot to the left that we'll be going through. Presumably. I don't know if there's any reason why we'd want to go all the way down to the shaft here. Oh, other than spawning more of these. Yeah, we'll obviously go up to Morphball Shaft, but I just want to see if anything has changed about the area where we initially fell in. Seems not. So anyway, let's go. Okay, more falling. What do we jump over? This, does this send you up? Not yet, it doesn't, but it looks like there's... Oh, actually, it totally does. Hang on. We're gonna do that. Let's watch and see what's going on first. So this passage takes you back upstairs, so we don't want to take it yet. We want to go left first. Jump over to this section. And, oh, I think we don't have what we need for this just yet. It needs whatever allows the bomb to grapple onto this. Yeah, because as we saw with the spider track segment down below, that there's some kind of bomb tether or morph ball tether that we would need for this section. So that's something. We'd better mark that, actually. There's something possibly grapple related. Okay, so now let's send ourselves all the way up. And again. Oops. And then veer right. There we go, and then we just need to blast this. Okay, so we can come out that tunnel on that side. I think that's the only thing we can do here, so let's roll back out.
Samus, you made it. Let's take care of this.
Okay. Charge beam will do it. Come through the vents, you say. That's fine. We'll take some of these out. But yeah, he's going to give us a bit of supporting fire. Cool. Is that what we can? And then that's electric gate eventually, and that's the main room that he's in. Maybe we'll do that. See about this terminal too. Oh yeah, no, he's just stationed here. Since the lockdown appears to have locked him out, actually. Oh yeah, actually he does have a health bar. The way that Mackenzie did in the first section. So let's watch that radar and let's just defend him adequately. And he can take out some other things long range. Well, I mean, we kind of tank some damage here. Maybe hit Samus first. We're just going to tank around him. I don't know if that makes sense or if they aren't that flexible when it comes to target acquisition. But anyway, he's cleared that and with plenty of health to spare.
Solid work, Samus. Power's back online. Feels like the heat is too. Might be what's drawing those strange creatures. You'll be able to use that elevator now. It'll give you access to the deepest level. I'll hang back and try to open the gate from up here.
So yeah, that takes you down to quarantine. And we'll fight whatever it was that was quarantined. And we'll see which item we get off of that. Because it could be anything at this point. Boost ball, spider ball. The full-scale grapple. Lots of things on the menu. We'll eventually need something for the electric gate as well. But for the time being, let's just see what's open here. Rotating beam turrets, yeah.
One powerful turret.
Okay. Well, we'll probably just proceed downstairs. I mean, we can have a bit of dialogue here first, perhaps.
Down to the lower levels.
Okay, that's not news. Let's do it. Oh, actually, large elevator for wheeled vehicles. Interesting. So we can, in fact... no, we can't actually switch into Viola here. It says it's a large elevator for wheeled vehicles, but that does not mean that we can ourselves take a wheeled vehicle. If we read the fine print about it. Did we have a save point here? It's back there. We'll almost certainly have another one downstairs, so let's just go down. And it's instant respawns at the bosses anyway, so... Save stations don't matter too much at the moment. Maybe that's something that hard mode is pure about. On top of potentially not being as generous with replenishment of resources. But we'll just have to unlock it and find out. Vehicle bay gates, and well, I mean, we can just pull the lock. But let's see what else is here. Yeah, this area is still at least partly frozen. Boost ball terminal over here, that's going to be a sign that maybe boost ball is coming, and as expected, save station is directly available. So yeah, we'll be pulling that in a moment. Let's just see what else is going on in here, though. This leads directly down to the quarantine chamber. That tells me we should pull this and deal with it first. No, that's lightning, actually. Just lightning lock here. Electric lock. So, possibly... Well, we'll see what we get, but... This does signal... No, it doesn't signal on the map, because it's not one of the critical doors, so we'll just... mark this for later. Actually, something lightning related. Maybe we should have marked this as this. Okay. We don't have a good system for this yet. There just aren't enough markers to work with if you're trying to mark by what you need to progress rather than by what you're acquiring. Completely frozen. Yeah, we obviously have a fight coming, but we'll get there and deal with it. Requires password inputs. Disengage simultaneously. We're not doing that. I think we're just going to brute force it.
I tried to open that gate, but it won't respond.
And, yeah, too dangerous to control in a laboratory setting. I mean, you know what that's all about. Okay, so we'll just pull the clamps. And see what horror we've unleashed.
That did the trick. Opening now.
Yeah, well, right, he's in the control room, so he can just do this.
Happy hunting.
And it looks like it's in the very next room for the teleporter key, so... let's fight the Mega Griever. Or whatever it's going to be called. Installation still pending. What about this arch? Rail for guiding a lift. Okay, looks like we're going to get Spider Ball then. Looks very much like that'll have to be it. Because it would give you the exit back out of this room. Yeah, I didn't expect Spider Ball to come in, given all the clues prior to this for loose ball and grapple. Anyway, nothing else to scan here just yet. We're going to make sure we're on fire shot because that's likely to be more useful. I bet something's just going to break the floor at some point in this fight. It makes too much sense for that to happen. Although maybe not Spider Ball, with what I was saying about a rail guide here. Who knows? This thing, okay, that looks like it's actually relevant to our interests here. Out of scanning range, though. I guess we just have to let it drop. Or... yeah, so you can't actually scan it, I guess, ahead of the fight. At least it doesn't seem so. Or can we jump on the edge here? Let's... I guess, yeah, no. We have to just let it down. We spotted it. And yes, Samus is going to pretend to be surprised. It's Inflaminite from Donkey Kong Bonanza. No, it's not. It's much greener. It's Goma from The Legend of Zelda, except I guess it's much rockier. It's Keratos. Or Keratos, one of the two. Okay. Let's go with Keratos. Yeah, because it's surrounded by keratin, so yeah. Or, well, or a much stonier material, one of the two. Giant cingulata-like organism covered in a hard shell. Creating ice from air moisture, yeah. So we will obviously go fire. And dodge some ice if we can. It's probably going to spray some of that ice at us, isn't it? Oh, we need to break the ice, okay. I thought we needed to break the ice, but maybe we... yeah, because we obviously zap it. Okay, and then we'll just zap it directly in the eye if we are able to. Don't want to burn too much ice ammo here. Or fire ammo, rather. Also, we do have space jump here. We don't just need to do single jump. So you can fire the projectiles. Or at the projectiles, rather. We've done no damage to this yet, though, so let's figure out more of the pattern. Dodge to the side where necessary. Maybe get out of the way with the ball. Yeah, we're not really chipping this way at all, so maybe we go missile on the exterior. We'll need to switch back to ice at some point. Oh, but there's a weak point at the back. We'll tickle it a little bit. Actually, using the fire ammo against it gets it down really quickly. At least in this phase. Okay. That's just double jump. And then we just need to avoid a spray. Generous camera perspective on the morph ball. We need to switch into it. We better maybe even scan some of this stuff. Yeah. We know we have to blast it, but we'll scan it anyway. It's not in the logbook, but dust crystals. Ah, I see. So that's what tracks you and freezes you. Yeah, for this phase we'll evade using the ball. I think that's probably absolute best and just let it slam against something and try to flank. Grab some ammo while we can. Oh. Caught by everything here. Oh, I was trying to fire at that and got hit by every single one. Yeah, because maybe we need to deflect those and send them back or something. But I don't know if that makes sense. And then we'll try to dodge around this way. Whoop. Let them try to hit a wall and flank. After that, with the weak point exposed. Unless we're supposed to hit at some point in that phase. Let's go missile here for a moment. And see if we can get the weak point exposed again anytime soon. Okay, good. That's a sizable chunk down, just maybe 2 more cycles like that and we'll be done in no time. But we'll see about any complications now that it's a little lower in health. Oh, jumped way too early. Oh, jumped way too late. You know what? It looks like you can probably get under it with the ball here. Maybe. It looked like the bottom was exposed. Oh, it's doing that. No, let's not do it. Whoa, okay, I got trapped in. It walked all over me. Okay, that wasn't good. I took like 2 energy tanks of damage just by trying to roll under it. Bad idea. That might have cost the whole fight, actually. Really bad idea. Yeah, because I thought, oh, why don't you just roll under it? There's obviously a weak point exposed. But not that exposed, it seems. Let's try to pull that out. Good. Got some energy back. Got lots of energy back, actually. And then we'll let that go for a moment. We need to hit those before they ice me. And it's just going to roll around until I can hit it again. Whoop. And then now is the attack when we try to let it... Oh, I see, yeah, so you do need to hit these. Otherwise they do freeze you. Those ones you just strafe around is not a big deal. Oh. We'll hit some of these. Try to go around. Once again. Pretty manageable, actually. As long as we don't get crushed by it. It just hits you really hard, but it's not too bad to dodge. Okay, once you stun him like that, then I think he gets into the attack that exposes the weak point. There we go. No, that's just a spray. But then if it does the big roll like this, then we strip around and try not to get hit by that, and then now we take advantage of this exposure here, and then one more cycle like that will do it. So we just need to hit really hard in the front until that becomes possible. And yeah, we've stabilized nicely. And it doesn't look like the pattern has become any more complicated at this point. Yeah. Those spiky shards that come towards you, I haven't been able to take those out quickly enough. Oh yeah, this is this segment where you need to grab this one. Oh, took too long. we go. And yeah, that gives you tons of health back if you do it correctly, so. Now we are running a little low on fire ammo, so let's save that for the actual burn phase when we get the weak point exposed. Yeah, apart from that morph ball mishap, I think that's been actually a really manageable fight. So this is kind of like the opposite, actually, of Inflaminite in Donkey Kong Bonanza. Kind of like a distant cousin. And you don't need to turn into a zebra to follow it. And that is the Psychic Boost Ball. Okay, I was thinking spider, but actually that rail didn't turn out to be a spider track. It's one of the round rails to boost through. So there's a lot that we can unlock with Boost Ball that we've seen on the map in all of the zones that we've been to so far. So we'll likely have lots to go over in all of these different places that we visited. So yeah, and then we'll see what psychic element enhances the Boost Ball as well. Psychic Boost Ball acquired. And yeah, same kind of half pipe and spinner interaction as before. We'll check the documentation just in case there is some additional psychic effect, but let's see this sequence first. Oh yeah, no, that's going to be a little Boost Ball sequence here. So let's first of all take a look at whether there's anything additional we need to know about it. Nothing unusual. It's called Psychic Boost Ball, but it looks like it's just like a regular Boost Ball from what we know so far. Yeah, this is exactly the same kind of Boost Ball interaction that, again, we remember from Prime 3. Exactly that kind of dial. Also, well, yeah, we just stand here and talk. Sacred Shrine. Yes, that's right, because then we go into the alternate dimension. Stare at the head. And we can't turn into a ball over here, though, to grab the teleporter here, so we'll absorb it this way instead. And collecting those has its own collection musical cue. Anyway, there's the Boost Ball half pipe available right away for us to mess around with, so let's do that.
You've done well, Samus. I'll meet you up top.
And yeah, there was a Boost Ball spinner somewhere here. Let's activate that and see what happens. This, however, a powerful impact will shatter it. Oh, right, that's right. We're still in fire that way. Okay, and then this is just shot ammo, isn't it? Yep. At this moment, yeah, still nothing for the electric lock, but we do have the boost ball spinner here that we can use. It probably just powers the lift, actually, or opens the hatch, rather. The return path. As a mandatory boost tutorial. So yeah, boost ball segments were kind of all over the place in the Vault Forge as well. That might be worth returning to, but we'll see how much flexibility we have to choose where to go, because the progression through the game so far has been locked down in a somewhat linear fashion from zone to zone, with just a few sidelong bonuses when we collect things.
Looks like you got what you came for. A message came through the station radio while you were gone. Somebody named Specialist Mackenzie. He sent over the coordinates for base camp, so I'll be on my way soon. Now, I've been on a lot of missions. This has always protected me. May Solon light your path. You go on ahead. There's a healing pod up here, and I'll be as good as new in no time.
First mention we've heard of Solon. That's a bit of human society lore, I guess, that is new to this game, as far as I know. And, okay, so, lightning over there. I don't know if we have any reason to traverse back down immediately, because everything that we've found so far requires... This requires grapple, that requires spider track, this requires spider. So I don't know that we had much that we needed boost for. This, I think, was marking lightning. So boost ball by itself might not get us much in this zone, but it may be something that we want to consider for going back to the Vault Forge or something. Now, I'm planning to run a comparatively shorter stream today, but we'll some time to roam a little bit. We won't be doing another big complete sequence like the Ice Belt today, I don't think, but we'll spend some time exploring and just powering things up with a boost ball, like right here, for instance, which probably gives you the cannon to shoot you back to the front, if I absolutely had to guess. Yeah, once again, the Prime 3 dial mechanism that we remember from Skytown. And let's grab this, and then now that we have that, this is a cargo launcher for the ball, so very much as expected. This will just shortcut you back to the start of the snowfield and ping very accurately there, as intended. Okay, so at this point we'll just blast everything down and then see where to go from there. I actually don't remember what gated us off at the flare pool, but let's see what's here first. And, okay, so this is where we came into the zone initially. We have a save point here. Nothing new to scan necessarily, but we'll look around and see what we can do. Because this area is still largely powered down. This is save point as before. We'll grab it anyway. Feels like we just did this, but let's do it again. Actually, no. If you go back to the Vault Forge, there's a boost spinner there that I think is tied to the upgrade station. that gives you heat protection on the Viola suit and essentially upgrades it into the equivalent of a Varia suit. Whether that changes its color, we don't know, but that is actually what we should go for, is Volt Forge for the heat suit that would then get you through Flare Pool. What does this activate? The crane. Okay. And that gives you something critical, it seems. And then we'll lasso it. Perhaps. Safely removed, but then... Hang on. How do we remove it if not through... Oh yeah, no, using the crane, right? Wait. But the crane just dropped this. Its protective cover is missing. Oh no, we just picked this up like this, okay. I see, and then we need to go to Mackenzie to have an ice beam available. Amazing how specifically the engineer level 4 classification that we know will make use of this. Okay, so we'll have ice beam available. We probably will see about the spinner. I think that's what you needed anyway to get the suit upgrade, but we'll go back to Volt Forge and try it. And for sure, we need to go back to base camp for Mackenzie to give us the ice beam. And it looks like the lightning gates will have to wait. And we'll just take the transport back up. Kind of expecting some form of variant of Silex to jump us again at some moment, like with the hot form of it, or facsimile of it earlier on. But anyway, we've got this whole section here that we can descend towards, and then... I don't quite remember what was going on with the walkways here, but we'll take the lift down and find out. Okay, so we've previously seen all this to the side, hadn't we, or have we not? Okay. Oh no, because there were grapple points that we can't get to yet because grapple is not the lasso. But what was over here? I think this was just the exit. Yeah, so here we'll need grapple at some point. We'll just that as the destination for that. Then out we go. Path into the desert that happens to join the ice zone. I mean, I guess it's a bit of a distant tram there. Ambiguously distant. But we'll be largely done with the ice belt here. We'll see what's on the other side. Something glowing here. Oh yes, that's right. We have a boost rail. Once materialized, it can be traveled using the psychic boost ball. Well, not yet it can't. Need to materialize it first. How do we do that? We'll need to attach something and joining up there. It looks like we will try to jump back up towards that. Oops. How do we materialize the boost? Let's see if we can activate something. Oh yeah, no, we had tried this before, I think, and that's out of vision for whatever reason. Can't really zoom in much more beyond that, it seems. No, that's the exit from the other side. If we manage to grapple over there, then we exit from that end instead of this end from the interior. When we do that, then we can activate the boost rail over here. So that requires us to have grapple access. Okay, so we'll worry about that later. And for now, just get back to biking and probably have Mackenzie chatter at us about having to return to base. But we're not doing that yet. We're going to go probably back to Vault Forge first if we can. It's going to be down here. Because I'm going to try some of the spinners there, essentially. And anyway, let's remember how to drive. Pick us some green along the way. Boop. Or, yeah, boost into it from time to time. So we don't have something that can bust down these big ones yet, but we'll get there. And yeah, all the way to the southwest corner for Vault Forge. Some of this still requires grapple rather than Lusu, so we won't be picking it up right away, but
Congratulations, you got another teleporter key. Only 2 keys
yeah,
left.
told you we expected a call.
Looks like you found one with more technology and ice melt. I might be able to help you. Can you bring it
Eventually.
back to base camp?
Just gonna fill in some hexes first.
I saw the data you acquired. I can't believe the grievers used to be.
Yeah, in case you didn't read into the logs, I'll explain it to you. And I'll explain to you where to go for your beam as soon as you tap into the map, which was not the purpose of getting into the map here, but it does give you an additional gate to go through here, actually, because with the ice blocker, we'll be able to power through that in good time. And yeah, we'll try to head straight south and just uncover more hexes. Perhaps. Just paint some more of them. Last time I drove through here, I was comparing it to the scale of what Hyrule Field felt like back in the older games. Ocarina and Majora's Mask and so on. Because I've definitely been thinking that the structure of this game, as opposed to some of the other previous Metroid Prime, has actually been pretty reminiscent of the particular space that 3D Zelda used to fill. We're going to try to fill in that hex here. And that is just a kind of connective tissue between So instead of relatively self-contained dungeons, ooh, that's new. Let's scan it. Scan it? No, I shot it down first. Okay. Can I scan it now? No, it's not shot down. Let's see what we can read about it. Aeronauts. Prototype anti-Griever weapon. So yeah, basically the Grievers took over everything. They failed to make use of their relationship to the Lamorne. Okay, so shoot that down. We get anything for shooting it down, maybe not. From some measure of personal satisfaction. Okay, down towards the southwest corner for Volt Forge then. And again, we're just looking for boost spinners. Obviously there's more there that we can't do yet, including some things we marked as grapple points in life, but I feel like there's probably something that we can get done there. And I would like to see a bit more flexibility to how we progress around here anyway. Also, oh, there's an energy tank here. We never actually looked at this. How do we open this? Electrifying the lock on the lower part of the hatch. We don't know a way to do that yet. Let's take a look at this. Electrifying the lock. Yeah, I mean, we don't have an electric weapon yet, but given that, you know, is an energy tank, we should mark it. Oh, maybe we did already mark it. That's why there's this here. Or, well, I don't know if we really marked it as such. No, I think we marked the other one because there was something like a fire gate in that area or something else that we didn't actually manage to see. Hang on. Let's take a look at what was over here. Right, because we... no, I think this was also an electric gate once you jump up these platforms. It was something elemental that we could get through. And I'm pretty sure it was electric, but we'll take another look at it to remember. Electric shock, yeah, that's right. So once we get the electric chip, presumably, then we'll come back here for the E-tank as well. For now, let's just go back in. And see what the boost ball can get us. So yeah, a couple of the boost spinners were just all over the place on the main connective sections rather of the towers, so those should be pretty easy to spot, even if we're not going to be diving much lower at first. I don't think there was anything here necessarily, so we'll just continue and see what we're allowed to spin.
With your new abilities, are there any devices in there you can activate now? You may need to explore the other towers.
He does handhold a little bit too much. I don't mind the characters so much. It's more that, you know, previous Metroid Prime games were much better about just letting you turn off hint information, including any pings on the map or reminders like that. We came here to use the spinner. We don't need him to tell us to use the spinner or to tell us to use something. Just looking here quickly to see Or to tell us to go to the other towers, for that matter. Because we know there was some kind of certification device or something to that effect. And again, some way of progressing towards the suit upgrade of the Viola suit. Which we need to look for. Here's the spinner, one of them. And this one gets you something... Yeah, Viola suit heat resistance. That's exactly what we wanted. Okay, so let's grab it. Will it change our color? Let's find out. Yeah, it looks pretty much the same, actually. Viola IC suit. Enables Viola to transform to Viola IC mode automatically, which allows it to travel over magma and lava. Now, we don't have the ice beam yet, and we probably do want it to go back to Flare Pool. But it does mean that at the moment, we can already go back to Flare Pool to play around a bit before Ice Beam, just to see what happens. Now, that's for the bike, though. I don't know if it does much more for our standard suit. Yeah. IC mode hover function directly relevant to what was blocking us at Flare Pool. Cannot fully protect against the heat. Yeah, so not completely impervious to damage. Now, there were definitely other spinner tracks elsewhere. This, I think, I marked because it might be grapple related, although I honestly don't remember. Because some of those might be lasso, some of those might be grapple. I'm going to take the elevator down to the bottom just to check what that was. Because, of course, at the time, I didn't realize... Oh, and we have Boost Ball now, of course. At the time, I didn't realize that we... have two separate things, the Grapple Lasso and... Or rather, the Psychic Lasso and the Psychic Grapple, so... I'm going to head down there anyway, just to check why we marked that. I think a lot of the ones we marked were grapple-based instead, but if there is something like a Lasso hatch, we should look at it. So, let's run around and check things. Switch a safe station over there. Oh, there's a box. Let's take it out when we can. Yeah, so this is Lasso based. Sure. So we can just grab that. What is this? Power distribution device. Electric shock. Okay, so... Alright, so we can't actually do this yet. Until we have the electric weapon. Now, that means that we should change this marker. So I know that it's... electric. And so, yeah, we'll just change how I've designated this. Over here. Oops, hang on. Make sure we've got the correct room. There we go. And then we'll head back up. I mean, obviously, on the other track levels, it's not going to have anything boost related. Oops. Totally missed. Well, we can mess around with the flare pool a little bit without the ice beam just to see what happens. Because that's obviously what the main progression is supposed to be next, is returning to the flare pool with both of those things in place. I'm just kind of curious as to whether the game gives us any flexibility at all in terms of letting us do something in the flare pool without the ice beam available yet. But we'll ride around a bit and find that out. So I don't know if there was anything spinner related right away here. We might have something like that, but without having marked it. Again, this down here, I don't know if that was grapple or lasso. I think... Oh, right. This was the room with the big Silex fight, so I think that was actually grapple because we needed to take it up in order to swing over to the item that we acquired in that section. So I think that was all there was to it. Now, I know I didn't really mark boost ball locations, though, because I expected... We'll just come back to some of them. What did this do? Did we even activate this at any point? No, we hadn't, so I guess we can do something with that. Okay, oh, I guess we just navigate this, and we use boost ball to get through this with decent timing, so... I guess we probably didn't even need to boost that quickly. Well, maybe so. Let's grab it. And we'll boost back out when we're able. The lighting in this game is really quite stunning. Definitely felt that in the ice belt section, and definitely once again here, now that we've returned. Anyway, we're not going to mess around with boost ball too much here otherwise, I think. Since I don't recall whether there was anything to look at. I mean, once we get some other things like grapple, we'll be heading back down here again anyway, so now let's just continue. I don't know if there was anything we necessarily wanted to check right away in Tower 1 either, but take a quick look at the map here and determine that. Yeah, this was just a facility approach. Yes, there was a boost track here in a central column. We should see if we can take it now. There was definitely a half pipe up the tube that I do remember. It's just for a missile, though. But any power-up is nice to have. Yep, actually, yeah, so this shows you that the missile is available there. There was a boost track available from the very bottom, if I'm not mistaken, or from whichever entry point you have for the morph ball, which is actually just in the central area here. Okay, there we go. And here's the half pipe. And we just need to dock ourselves into each successive half-pipe bowl. That'll send us up, and then there's a boost spinner to get us back out. There we go, and then we can untag this room. Okay. Anything else we need down here? This one, I don't remember if... Oh, maybe this was the grapple one I was thinking about. Since it gets you to this door to lift down to a power core that we actually haven't been to yet. No, this was the grapple room. This was the one where you need grapple to get across the electrified floor. Yeah, this is the electrified floor area. So eventually we'll go down to this power core, but it will not be this day. Because that's not Lasso, that is actual grapple that you'll want to have on hand. So I think we've probably done what we want to do with the spinner for now, but we'll get out of here first and open this properly. Come on, there we go. Also gives you direct access through here now. Not that it gives you anything you can't get from just diving down below. Okay, so I think that's what we wanted to get done in Vault Forge for the time being, very quickly. Yeah, sometimes, you know, you just need a basic set of traversal powers to settle into. Gives you some flexibility for choosing what to do and where to go, which can start out being a bit confining at first. Did we use this boost spinner? I don't think we had, actually. Let's get out of here first. And what were we even doing here? Were we just crashing them? Bumping them? Like giving it a bit more impact? Until we can knock it down using the physics system that we have. There we go. Broke that, and then now we just take out the bots and then take the missile as well. You know what? Let's just fire some missiles. Watch the bots explode. Get tossed around a bit at least. And get some missiles back. Okay, so pretty good quick run here with the boost ball already. In fact. And what is this? I don't remember this. Is this... Oh, flight drone MCU and modifications for battle. Okay. Right, this is one of these. We fought it before. I don't know. There's a reason that we want to take it out for sure. Yeah, because no, it's locked down the gate otherwise, so we do need to take it out. And we'll blast around a little bit so we can actually reach the nodes with the psychic ability. Because we definitely had some trouble hitting it on some previous occasions, but here we should be able to... Oh, totally miss. Okay, never mind. Yeah, we unfortunately lost some of the projectiles already, so let's take out what we can. Charge beam is probably a little better to just take out some of the rim. And then let's see if we can hit it a bit more accurately this time before we get hit by his projectile. Nope, hang on. We can do a bit better here, I think. Then, let's get this going. And you can kind of lock onto one node at a time. Then we would need to spin this Log on to each of the other nodes. Nope, only hit 2 before we have to some problems. No, this is not going to get done quickly enough if it's spinning around like that. Let's see. Yeah, just peel off the sides a little bit. We want it to fire first, essentially. If we can. So we can actually counterattack unobstructed. Missed it. We do need to lock on. And we've got time to work with here. Except, no, it bumped into too many things again, so... Let's zap it before it zaps us. Then need to spin it around for another pass. And then this should hit, at least. And we really need to pelt this thing. Oh, come on. Nope, ran out of time. Where did we get it? Okay, we actually did explode it. Let's let it fire a bit first. Now, go for it once more. It's a little crowded around it. At the moment. Come on. Keep missing this. Keep missing this every time. It's actually quite difficult to navigate. Yeah, we need to give ourselves a much wider angle to swing around before we lock onto the next target, so we can actually have a bit of flight time to reposition. And then let's swing around this way, and then there we go. And then all the missiles. There we go. Yeah, we only really needed to weaken its defenses twice, but it took a while to get that done. So let's exit at this point. I actually don't know if it's easier to just fight in the vehicle, but no, you clearly need to have the psychic shot to get anything done there. So let's get out. Oh. We can break around here for a moment. And rev up the engine. So yeah, we'll probably check flare pool first just to mess around there and see what we're allowed to do. Even though the ice beam is certain to block us pretty quickly there. I might want to check the map first, actually, just to make sure it's not all ice beam gated or something. But let's check and see if we can actually get into the zone map for it. Enter zone, there we go. Yeah, because this was mostly just lava pool crossings, lava lake bridge, for instance. And then if you can shoot some of the doors open, then you're allowed to progress. So for flexibility's sake, I'm going to see if we can actually do something interesting there. And to do so, we will head on east. And just ignore Miles if he shouts at me to come and get the ice beam. Just to be perfectly defiant about it. Jump the gap. Fill in some other hexes as we can. Maybe scan this? Yeah, this is just an aeronaut. Let's not get hit by too many. Ooh, that hit hard. Actually. And yeah, that's off the cliff side here, so I don't think we can fill in that hex just yet. Some of these hexes look like they'll probably never be accessible. Or at least it's hard to imagine how. But we'll see about what the extent of the map eventually looks like. And maybe fill in some of these other spaces here as we go. I don't remember what the progress blocker was here at the debris. I think there was something here where you could enter if you used the lasso to pull open a morph ball gate. I don't remember if it was this one, but we'll maybe defend ourselves first and then we'll think about it. One of the areas we found on the map looked like it was gated like that, where I assumed it was grapple that was blocking us, but it might have been lasso. And so we'll just zap what we can. And then watch the radar. Shoot down whatever we're able. Let's see. Can we just shoot that down for good? Almost. Okay, now let's hop out of this and see what we're able to do. Oh, it's still shooting us from on high, so. And actually, that hits really quite hard. You know what? Let's just shoot it this way. Aeronaut's still circling. Easier for us to dodge it if we're not in the bike, though, in some sense. But we need the bike to chase it. Well, yeah, we absolutely need the bike to chase it, otherwise you just don't get a chance to shoot it down. So let's see if we can do it. There we are. Now let's see what this station was all about. I don't remember if it was this one or a different one, but definitely something was morph ball gated. Yeah. Oh, he's still bugging me about the ice beam. No, we don't listen to instructions around here, so. However, yeah, so there's something up here that's an expansion, missile expansion. We'll go for it once we take out the nest here if I can find it. It might have been one of the other outposts that we needed to look at. Because definitely I remember there being a lasso gate over a morph ball hatch or something similar. Unless it was an elemental gate over a morph ball hatch, which might also be a possibility. Let's make sure we just got a nest down. Oh, this is new. Sandgriever? And yeah, it's enlarged by those green energy experiments, no doubt. Whoops. So there's a generous knockback against him. And so we'll just take the other one out too. Okay. Doing pretty well resource-wise. Oh, this was actually just a way in all along. Surge of electricity. Okay, so yeah, to get this missile, that's actually an electric gate. So never mind that. Then we'll mark this. This was Thunder Blocker, but one of them definitely was a different kind of blocker. It might have been this one over here. Galactic Federation debris on that side. That was the Morph Ball blocker. So we might want to check something like that. But we'll also be checking Flare Pool, of course. Maybe we can head towards that one first. We just go straight along here. And head towards the northeast somewhat. The compass pointer that you see under the minimap is throwing me off slightly because it's not centered under the minimap. At the center point that the compass direction is pointing at is kind of 3/4 of the way over. And both of them align flush with the right of the interface, so that has a surprising effect on my ability to perceive it. Now, why is this... Oh, ice blocker. Yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah, that's right. That's why we probably should have gotten the ice beam before coming back here. But I guess eventually we'll have to go all the way back for the ice beam, then all the way back to Flare Pool, and then we'll get that on the way. For now, though, let's see what this was all about. Because this looks like it's something that we could deal with. Densium alloys for a golem power cell. So that's interesting and probably relevant to Mackenzie reactivating his best friend. Can we take out some of these nests? I think we'll just go back to missile for it. Just to not deal with this stuff. Yeah, and then Grievers are not really too much of an issue here. If they jump, then we just go missile and give ourselves some space to work with. So, no real issues there. Oh, someone's hitting me from behind. There we go. Didn't see it since it was buried in the sand. Presumably it's going to come back into play. But yeah, I don't remember how else we get onto this station. It might have been the one with the morph ball hatch, but I don't remember. Oops. We'll go missile the next time it comes up, I think, just to see if we can stun it. Okay, there we go. We'll just check the bottoms here. I don't remember. This was the one I was thinking of. Might not be after all. Maybe this was one that had a grapple point or something to go up top. I distinctly remember there was something that we had passed that had a morph ball hatch as the entry point, though. I guess it just wasn't this one. Let me just take a look, because I am sure that when we passed it last, we would have scanned for possibilities for entry. Also, we can just kind of fire up top and see if This reveals anything. Oh, nope. Let's block this. Kind of struck my vision. Yeah, maybe it was just a surrounding debris that was relevant because of the obvious object of interest here, which is the golem power cell. We don't know what blows up Denzium just yet, but it's presumably not something we have. Okay, so this was not actually accessible to me, it seems. Yeah, and so that's what these are marked as, the mech parts, that when we eventually collect the mech parts, then we can have the mech itself be repaired, and then that's going to do something for us, progression-wise. I don't remember what the Source of Spring Shrine was all about either, in terms of what was blocking us there. But very often it was things like electric locks for many of these. But anyway, we do know that one thing we do have the ability to do newly now is to test drive the magma protection mode of the Viola bike. So we'll likely deal with that first. And just swing around back there. Very prominently visible valley entrance there. And so by following the landmark in, we will see what we can uncover. Okay, yeah, there is a little boost segment here, so we'll grab that quickly to see where it boosts us. It's going to throw us over to this side, which then accomplishes what? Well, we don't know how to break that yet. We've seen those around. We don't really have a good way of dealing with them, do we? Actually, it looks like we do, because this one's in a good state of repair. Okay, so we've established quite a lot, even over the course of this session, with all the logs that we've been reading, that the Lemorn sought to terraform the planet. In doing so, the green energy uncontrollably created and enlarged the Grievers, and the Grievers hunted the Lemorn, and well, that was that. We do need to get rid of this before things will unlock, so let's do that. Actually, you know what? Let's just fight him this way. And we can take out some nests as well, maybe? That's all that's needed for the lock. Okay, then in that case, let's... Oh nope, still locked down. And then, where do we have some more? There we go. Probably we need to take out the nest, but we... Oh, there's a shot expansion there. That was down below. Let's grab that. Let's go back. It was just off the side of the cliff. I don't know how we didn't see that. It was glowing at me right here. Large shot expansion acquired. Okay, that's significant. Plus 20. Very sizable upgrade. Yeah, we need to get rid of some of these nests, otherwise they'll just keep on spawning. Yeah, I guess we really should be fighting using the vehicle just because of the limited ammunition we have for going with exactly this, but that's okay. Have we unlocked this yet? At long last. Yeah, again, we clearly need the ice beam to progress, but we want to mess around a bit with the magma protection on the bike anyway, and maybe map out a little bit of the flare pool to see how far we're allowed to go. But clearly, I think the next major part of the story is to come back here with the ice beam. When we want to do that. Whoops, can I get out of here? Yeah. No, get out. There we go, just unlatch yourselves here. And then we'll sail on through. Miles is probably going to shout at us some more if we're not going to him to grab the ice beam first. Oh, I see. Okay, no, you actually have to because of the curtain of magma just now here. Like, presumably, even with the magma protection, you can't just take it through the curtain. So, yeah, when we came out of Flare Pool, it blocked us in such a way that this beam is required. Okay, so that's how it gates you off and keeps the game all neat and linear. So, we will have to go back for it. Probably what we'll do is we'll grab the ice shot, and we may or may not take the time to get back here to Flare Pool to use that as our next starting point, but we'll wind down shortly after getting the ice shot today to see if we can kind of get ourselves into a good location for the next session. This has been a great sitting with the game. This has been really quite an interesting couple of hours here to see through the ice belt from start to finish. Mess around a little bit with the boost. We'll, as usual, try to fill in a couple of hexes every time we drive. Sometimes it'll go well, sometimes it will go like this. Yeah, we didn't want to hit some of the green gems over here, but we'll otherwise just continue to power through the area. And yeah, since we're sweeping over there, we might as well just fill in more hexes where we can. And you see, this is new, this thing here, I think. Hang on. Gaze is directed towards Chrome Tower. So had we been to this one previously? I don't think we had. So let's uncover it. Samfiz, welcome. It's going well. I've been having a great time with this today. And so we'll uncover this next. And see what lies beyond the door. Well, plenty of gems to work with. That we can loot in the treasure hoard. Likewise on that side. Then we'll see what we can do in the central pedestal here. Class can be released by the surrounding pylons. Yes, let's see how we'll do that though. Electrically conductive. So they have to be electrified simultaneously. We don't really have an electric source though at the moment, so that might not be helpful yet. But maybe if we raise these and try to use the shot here. Can we conduct it that way? No. No, we need an electric weapon for this, I think. And we would need to use it in conjunction with simultaneous activation. But yeah, it seems like the purpose of the psychic hotspots here are just to raise the pillars for the eventual interaction with this. So yeah, that looks very much like it's just strictly an electric gate for the time being. Well, we'll come back when we have all the elements in tow. Yeah, Semphis, let me show you. So, right now I'm using a dual stick plus motion, and yeah, I was kind of concerned that maybe it's a bit of a shaky viewing experience. It doesn't bother me as a player because I know where I'm pointing. There is a more stable motion control option. I will show you that in just a moment, actually. Oh, you know what? Well, let's do this fight as the other option right now, just to try it. So, there are two different control modes. There's dual stick, and there's pointer. Pointer is the Wii style control. We're using dual stick with motion on because, honestly, I can't play dual stick without motion. I find it unplayable in any FPS, really. But the reason we went for dual stick instead of pointer is because if you go into pointer mode, then you can't really use the R stick to do like a quick turn, and you also don't have some different options for shooting. So the pointer mode looks like this. It's essentially the Wii style control where the camera remains actually really quite stable inside a bounding box in a central rectangle. And then when you pull outside the rectangle, that's what rotates the camera. I actually haven't really set up the sensitivity for this yet, so it's a little slow for my liking right now, but that might be a little more pleasant as a viewing experience, but the thing is you don't really get a good quick turn on the camera unless you kind of tug all the way like this. But it probably is maybe less jittery. I was concerned from the beginning that the way that I actually like to play might be a little too jittery to watch because I have my sensitivity really, really high. Since, you know, I still want full range of motion control, I just still want to be able to rotate quickly with a stick as well. Have I tried linear mode? What's linear mode? But yeah, I mean, I'm accustomed to the Wii mode as well because we've played the original trilogy via Prime Trilogy and found it very pleasant. I previously played Metroid Prime Remastered using dual stick plus gyro though, and I find that because you're using Joy-Cons that have gyro and don't actually have IR for fully, point to the spot Wii style pointing anyway, that it makes a little more sense to me, because then we use the stick only for really quick movements, which is also what I do in Splatoon, and then we use gyro for all of the actual aiming. So yeah, so you see here in this dual stick mode, if I press the stick, if I turn the stick rather, then I can turn quickly like this, and it feels very comfortable. It's terrible for aiming precisely, which is why I have the motion turned on really high. But it gives you really quick spins like this. With the Wii mode, again, it looks much better and is probably much more pleasant for the viewer, but you see, you have no camera movement inside of a central rectangle. Once you're outside a rectangle a bit, then you start pulling. And if you want to really whip around quickly, you have to kind of pull all the way to the ends. And so in this style, the camera movement is always going to lag a little bit behind your aim. And it's possible to get it feeling very fluent, of course, because it's still very configurable within that in terms of the sensitivity settings. But I find that in terms of the responsiveness of the controls, I like this a little better. But yeah, it's a bit of a trade-off, because I do find that the camera is jittery, and I don't remember actually Prime Remastered being quite that bad with it when I had dual stick plus gyro under very similar settings. But yeah, hopefully I'm not, making my viewers barf or something, because that was absolutely a bit of a concern when I was choosing, how I want to stream this. Am I playing with the mice? I am a Natcat. You're able to hot swap to the mice at any given point. So, for example, if I just put this down on the desk, or you see now I'm in mouse mode, I didn't need to press anything. You just need to have the controller detect that it's on a surface. I haven't really set up my sensitivity for it to feel fluent yet. The other thing too is that you still need to reach a little awkwardly for some of the buttons, like going to visor, because that's still on one of the face buttons on X. Now there's an alternate jump button if you're in mouse mode, so instead of pressing a face button for mouse, you can kind of jump with L on the left controller. And actually, mouse plus a left stick is an interesting combination that you don't really see anywhere other than Switch 2, and it's pretty comfortable. And then now we're driving using the mouse, like this, where I'm using the mouse to steer. So the option is available. I haven't really gotten the sensitivity to where I like it, though, so for the most part, we're sticking with pointer. Also, the thing is, even though you can swap at a moment's notice between holding the controllers as controllers and putting one of them down for mouse, even on your knee or something, obviously, as you're changing positions, there's a bit of initial movement there. Now, there's maybe a way to go around it, which is to lock on first, and then switch to mouse, and then you see now we have a stable transition. Kind of lock on, then switch, like that. When you see the central cursor, that's how you know we're in mouse mode, like that. So maybe if you want to really use the mouse switching without losing your current positioning, the way to do it is to get into the habit of, like, hold ZL, switch to pointer, hold ZL, switch to mouse, like that. And then maybe that's the most fluent way to do it if you want to use mouse in combat settings. But I found that, just having dual stick plus gyro is most comfortable for me as the player, for the most part. But yeah, if the camera is ever feeling jittery, then when you're doing certain kinds of transitions, and holding ZL to lock the camera in place like this does work. But of course, sometimes it'll lock onto a target, right? But when you're not locking onto a target, you just lock the camera direction, and then it looks very stable. So yeah, Samphis, hopefully it's not like unwatchable. Because I had to definitely find some kind of compromise between, you know, what's best to play and what's maybe a little more considerate to the streaming audience. But yeah, I'm trying in some segments to just kind of lock the camera with ZL while we're just kind of walking or running around or sitting in an elevator so I don't shake the camera too much. Because you can absolutely see how motion sickness happens for people in first-person settings. Okay, let's get back to Fury Green, and then we'll see what to do from there. Yeah, the thing about the Joy-Con mouse is, again, if you're still trying to access the face buttons, like X for the scan, then realistically the mouse is a little too narrow for that to be comfortable. But I used the mouse mode a lot, though, in Drag and Drive when we played it earlier in the year, and found that rather satisfying. Okay, this was the one that was grapple dependent, and so we're not doing it yet. We're going to do Fury Green instead. If I can remember where to go. Oops. And the thing about the mouse is, as we discovered in Drag and Drive, like, I found it by far most comfortable not on a desk, but on my knee. Like, you do it on your leg, and as long as you have a decent surface there, you know, pants that are not too wrinkly or something, then ergonomically it's actually really quite comfortable. But of course, you don't have a particularly wide mouse pad under those circumstances unless you have very, very wide legs. So you just kind of need to think about your sensitivity accordingly. With Drag and Drive was not an issue since you're doing mostly just big motions with the mice. Like, you're not pointing accurately with it, you're just doing things like forward motions. And the precision is not what matters. So. Okay, but let's get back in here and port back to base. Yeah, the game's been really had a lot of fun. I felt like it has really taken off in this session and maybe the latter half of the previous one, where, you know, we're reaching the point where the bosses in particular are getting really interesting. I would say that's the thing that might be likeliest to maybe put off some other people coming from previous Metroid games, is that, as with Prime 3, actually, that the early phases of the game are a pretty linear sequence, in that you don't have a lot of freedom to choose where to poke around. It is a pretty clear main track that you can occasionally backtrack to for, you know, one little bonus pickup on the side. And so the progression is actually relatively kind of constrained. There's this desert hub that you can bike around, but as I've been saying, it's most similar to something like the older versions of Hyrule Field in the Zelda series. There's a lot in this game structurally that reminds me of Skyward Sword, actually, in terms of the kind of hub and dungeon structure, and certain items like the pre-aim missile that is essentially the beetle item from Skyward Sword. But in terms of the map structure, you know, that's kind of what to expect. And Prime 3 was already kind of leaning in that direction. You know, it's not really a single integrated environment, in that it's much clearer how things are separated into hubs, whereas I think a lot of the appeal of some of the older Metroid games, sometimes with both Prime 1 and 2 and with Super Metroid especially, is that sometimes the different biomes are networked in unexpected ways. And you certainly don't see that so much in this game, where it's very clear how the zones are separated from each other. And again, Prime 3 was very much the same way. So it's not something new. But I would expect it to be a point of contention for people coming in, depending on what they want to get out of a Metroid experience. And I generally don't want Metroid to be too linear either. It's why I far prefer something like Super to something like Fusion when it comes to the 2D ones, for instance. But yeah, the bosses have been a lot of fun here, though, and the environments have been absolutely stunning. Particularly the ice belt that we saw earlier today. Anyway, let's talk to him and get the ice weapon down.
Alright, let's take a look. Okay. Dude. Hello, friend.
But yeah, you definitely don't have the kind of freedom that you have in Silksong, where... In Silksong, you know, if you get to know the map quite well, you realize that almost every major node or zone has 2 separate entrances at least. And it's very flexible. Anyway, let's listen to him.
That means if I reprogram this and set it into your arm cannon, you should be able to use a new shot type.
But yeah, 069, you asked earlier, did the previous games have backtracking that led to new areas instead of power-ups? And yeah, you would find interconnections and shortcuts, essentially, that you don't necessarily expect. That the different zones, particularly in something like Prime 1, they would connect to each other in surprising ways sometimes as you uncovered more of the map. Okay, so Ice Shot is going to be bound up. And that's how we'll get back into Flare Pool.
Now you can use Ice Shot. It temporarily freezes the target when hit. You can
So
freeze
Prime
little
3 also had
and you should be able to
a
use
similar kind of
one-time
hub structure in
charges
some
like
ways.
magma to freeze it for a short period of time by lowering its surface temperature. If you find anything else, bring it into me. I'm sure I can turn it into something useful.
Not an explorable desert hub like in this game, but in Prime 3, basically you would jump into your spaceship, and instead of having to traverse zones to specific elevator points to go to other zones, every time you hit your spaceship, it would be a save point as well as a warp point to go to any of the separate planets, and the planets would be separated as kind of puzzle dungeon areas in the same way as the main areas are in this game. But yeah, in terms of the structure, this game has felt more like sort of Ocarina to Skyward Sword Zelda, actually, than any game I can think of has for quite a long time in terms of the pacing and the size and functioning of the hub, etc. Like, it is kind of most similar to that, which I certainly wasn't really expecting coming in. But I guess, you know, not many games are serving that function anymore. So it's become something unique again just from neglect.
Freeze them all up with Ice Shot.
Okay, so we're going to take a look at the Ice Shot gate. That is... fine, we'll right here. Eventually we'll freeze Metroids like we usually do, I'm sure. Now, it does mean that you would need to kind of change ammo if you want to do the ice missile combo. That's the kind of classic Metroid killer. But let's get over here and see. So we have the fire gate done here. Obviously, we still need lightning on that side, but then we can also now do ice on this side. Oops. Yeah, is that an ice lock? It is. Let's grab that. Like a river that flows along the land, water travels within living things, bestowing its life-giving moisture. And, okay, so water is going to push the platform, then we would need to put the socket in here, if we find the moat to do it. Freezing the water carried, and all who live will blow out the candle of life. Do not forget this. Okay, so yeah, we'll finish scanning these and then move the moat. If we can. Plug it in here, and then... Oh, except now we can't really reach that as well, can we? So, what we can do instead... Because we do want to ride on top of that to ride to the center point. Up here for the shot expansion. Let's grab this for a moment. Can we reach this from here? Yes, we can. Except I'm seemingly weighing this down a bit. Where am I? Okay, now it goes up, but maybe it didn't go high enough to begin with. So it stopped here, but... So I was maybe weighing it down. Let's see, because then when you plug in this one, well, it goes in part way. Oh no, we can just freeze it, right? We can do this and then freeze. And that's the point of the puzzle, so... There we go. Oh, except now we've frozen a moat. Maybe we don't want to do that. Except we can pull it. And then... You know what, why don't we just freeze this too instead of jumping around all the time? Let's do that. Oh, except we lost access to the other one from time. And now we can get over here. Okay, that's 2 out of 3. And we'll need to wait for lightning for the rest. Yeah, so... Set everything on fire. And yeah, we'll have to wait until lightning to get the remaining one. It's good as you're saying you miss Mackenzie. He's right in the next room. He's not... Okay, maybe one room over from the next room. But we're not that far removed from him. Okay. But yeah, again, the issue with my motion sensitivity being so high is that when I push the buttons, it kind of shakes the camera, doesn't it? Like when I actually just fire, unless I'm targeting. So I can see why that might be a little bit hard to watch, perhaps. But yeah, if I can maybe straighten out the sensitivity for the Wii pointer mode, then maybe we'll retrain to play around that. It's too bad that in that setting you can't bind a right stick. Like the ideal control setting for me would actually be pointer fusion. As you can see on our stick, you've got no binding. And you can't bind it actually. The only thing you can do with it is switch left and right controllers. If we had a way to have camera bound to this as a kind of quick spin, but keep the camera stability of the Wii mode, That would have been perfect. Yeah, as it is, however, we've had to find a compromise. Okay, so Ice Beam acquired, and we're probably going to head back out to Flare Pool, and we'll save and stop there for today. Unless we get really distracted by something else along the way. Also, in terms of our energy, it says return to the Altar of Legacy in Fury Green, so I guess maybe... It didn't say that previously, and I think maybe we have passed a certain threshold for turning into crystals, so perhaps we didn't need to have it fill up completely to see whatever is doable next. So let's see it. Yeah, as Amphiz, you're saying the thing is you usually appreciate motion aim, but for Prime you feel like it's not needed because of the lock-on. Well, the thing is you need to kind of point in the vicinity of something to lock on first, right? Which is why I always liked the trilogy controls. Now you can point approximately in that area, and then you tap to lock on, and then lock on does the rest. Okay, that's going to be useful for that kind of triangle 3-node enemy that was giving us some trouble over in the Volt Forge entrance earlier. So yeah, I guess we passed a sufficient point here that we got that upgrade, which is nice. I mean, we can even test it out for a moment and see how fast it goes now. The travel speed looks similar to what it was before, but I think the slow time effect is probably more pronounced, so you don't get shot by something while you're firing that now. At least not as easily. Yeah, and as with Prime 3, and honestly this might be the first game I've seen really do it since Prime 3, because nothing else has the same kind of control scheme. So in this game you have the lock on. Let's see if I can lock on something. I need to find an enemy. So in this game what you can do is you can lock on, and then you have a slow range of motion around it when you're locked on. That you can actually have a separate sensitivity setting for motion when you're locked onto something. So you lock on, so you clamp on it first, but then past a certain dead zone, then you move around it. And the reason for this is because, like Prime 3, there are certain fights where you want to lock onto the enemy to kind of strafe around it, but you need to shoot around the lock-on point to hit weak points. And so Prime 3 is full of stuff like that. It has several fights that depend entirely on that mechanic, because it was designed for the Wiimote. This game also has that. And if you don't have motion turned on at all, you can actually kind of move within range with R stick as well, which is what I'm doing now, but obviously I prefer motion. So even with lock-on, it sort of follows Prime 3's lead in having fights that are designed around lock-on plus a little bit of free aim on the side. Which again was something that, Prime 3 started to explore, but which practically no other video game really took up, because nothing else ever had a combination of the Metroid Prime lock-on system plus some kind of free aim that was conceived for it from the start. Didn't it say you have to push a button to speed up? Let's take a look. And yeah, Psychic Beam. No, that's the main beam though. Psychic Charge Beam. Half-charge shots are quicker but less powerful. I actually hadn't really thought about that. But anyway, let's port back out front. We'll be under control beam. Yeah, let me go back and take a look at that. And yeah, 06i, you were saying if you're using the Pro controller, then dual control stick is nice with GR as the lock on. Yeah, I guess if you're using kind of limited gyro with either a grip or a Pro controller, that would also stabilize things a bit. I'm kind of using the Joy-Cons freehand right now, which is why, you know, they're really quick and snappy, but also maybe a bit jittery, which is also what Splatoon looks like when I play it, because I have the sensitivity cranked way up on that as well. Anyway, we'll go back to Flare Pool. Why do we even need a bike at this point? We've got Boost Ball. Love this animation, incidentally, that if you're in the ball, then you can go directly to the bike. And you get to see that hop onto the bike entirely in third person. Okay. So, Flare Pool back at the bottom right corner. Also, this location with the ice blocker would be worth hitting first. Kind of wish I could have an orientation lock on the minimap. I always find minimaps and radars, well, minimaps, not so much short range radar, but minimaps for sure are much less useful when they're not north locked. Because I just find it easier to point at where I want to go. But yeah, we'll go for the ice lock, which this was thunder, but we'll just go straight east from this point. And by straight east, I mean occasionally grabbing some more gems for upgrades as well. And we'll get hit by absolutely everything. And oh yeah, we're way off position actually, so northeast. No, we'll probably just hit the Flare Pool save point after that and then mess around with Bike over Magma next time. But let's see this area first. Because there was something here that was blocking my progression with an ice lock. I can't remember what it was. We'll need to jump around a little bit here. Yeah, you were saying it would be nice if you could set up waypoints to aim for on a minimap. Maybe so, I mean... It's a fairly open plane, and I don't know how much of that would matter, but... Okay, so here... Oh, I guess because we have to make that jump, don't we? Yes, that's right, we make that jump, if I recall, and then we'll see if we can... no, not like that. There was another point where we could do that, I think. But I marked that as an ice lock for some reason. Oh yeah, no, this is the ramp. Ramp's on this side. Okay, let's aim for that. Yeah, because there was some reason I discovered that was an ice lock. Okay. That's right here. And that is a boost tank. Great. Speaking of boosting, okay, so now we go down to Flare Pool, which is pretty easily visible on the map. Something's gonna shoot me. That's okay, we don't care. Just head over to where we're trying to go. Oh, hey. Point of interest over here. Did we actually look at this last time? Oh yeah, no, that's where we were just before, I think. Sort of Spring Shrine. I think that's where we just were. Or rather, I don't even remember what kind of gate this is, actually. But let's take a look, actually. I don't think we saw that day. I saw it yesterday, I just don't remember what it was. I know I went off to that morph ball section that was off to the side here to grab something, like a shot or missile expansion, but I don't remember what it was that prevented us from progressing through the main door. So let's just take a quick look. Maybe we can freeze the water, actually. When we do that, does that reveal something? Oh, I see. Yeah, no, we probably freeze the ones on the side, then the one in the middle presses downwards by enough that we can go through. There we go. And what do we have here? Charge Ice Shot. Okay, that'll be very useful heading into where we're going. Charging first will launch a burst of rounds at ricochet. Okay, let's grab it. I mean, certainly Charged Fire Shot got us through quite a lot in the Ice Belt earlier today, so having this in advance of Flare Pool seems to be actually quite useful. And this will just kick you back upstairs. In fact, we've got lots of ammo, let's just try it. Yeah, so it kind of bounces everywhere. We can make it bounce off walls later. And let's go to the Flare Pool. Oh yeah, we wanted to read about, what was it? Control Beam, was that? That's right, it was Control Beam. And what do we say about the Control Beam steering the shot? Press the button to immediately detonate. I feel like we might have done that accidentally at some point. Didn't say anything else about the enhancement that we applied, though.
Looks like your Viola suit upgrade changed the functionality of the Viola itself. You should be able to drive over extremely hot surfaces.
Keeping up his habit of telling us things we already know. But he just wants to participate and feel useful, which I'm sure he'll feel very useful once we have that golem fully repaired for him to drive around it and wreck things. Okay, let's see about the shot here. Then, so if we freeze things, do we then subsequently break them? Yes, we can. We can subsequently break them with a missile, basically. Oh, hang on. So ice missile kind of breaks it. So that's what we do with the columns that are blocking us. Might as well get that down in muscle memory. We'll need it for Metroids down the line, no doubt. So, similar idea here. I mean, the only thing we need to break is this one. But we'll see if there's anything else to scan. Okay. So, oh, oops, wrong one. And then we'll drive through. Is that a boost ball node here? I think it is, so that would be something new to us here this time. And that disables it fully. So we don't need to mess with it too much from now on. This point, this would be the save station over here. This would be the main pool over here. Well, I kind of want to see what it looks like when you drive over the lava, but then we'll go back to the save station and we'll stop for the day after that. Also, there's a missile here that we'll take for a moment. I'm kind of curious about what it looks like, so if there's a big visual change that happens when you drive over lava. So we'll just do a quick little loop on the lava here and see if it... Yeah, look at that. There's a little hover. Very neat. Now, can we actually fire this thing here? Well, we'll need something else to break that, because we can't break material event hardness just yet. But yeah, I mean, taking inspiration here from Mario Kart 8, of course, where you just switch into a hover mode. Okay, now let's see here. Yeah, these ones just blow up as they go, but I mean, we're going to replenish in a moment at a save station anyway, so none of this matters too much. We'll just run around down here and talk. Yeah, you checked the VOD and you were saying it was actually just your base beam speed and damage that got upgraded, not the control beam. Oh, okay. Right, because that's what you call the psychic beam. The psychic beam is just the main beam itself. But I thought it said something about the speed. The charging speed, that's right, okay. Well, you know what? Let's give that a quick look here. Yeah, so I keep forgetting that, Psychic Beam just means main beam in this game. And Control Beam meant the other one. But of course, it would affect the charging speed of the Control Beam as well, though, presumably. But anyway, we'll make that and stop here. So yeah, pretty productive session today, getting through Ice Belt, getting progression done over to the Flare Pool. And Descriptivist, you asked, do I have the Varia upgrade? Yes, in fact, I got that before we got the Ice Beam, since I remembered where that was. Oh, we're missing 2 logs here, but maybe those were not in the previous zone. And yeah, it's steadily filling up the bar here. I don't know how much we really need to grind out the crystals to top it all off, but that's a pretty big chunk. 36% item collection, so we're still pretty early on in the game. So Varia actually did not change over appearance. It just kind of made the glowing parts of the Viola suit's shoulders glow a bit more, which, I don't know if we're going to get another suit design recolored by the end of the adventure. Hopefully we have at least one more, so we're not just on red the whole time, but because it gives you a big sense of progression, right, in a Metroid game to see the different suits. So I'm sure there's going to be another suit color at some point, but it seems like it does not come packaged with the hazard protection upgrades like the Varia upgrade that we got. So yeah, it added purple lights. Maybe some of the differences accumulate with time and become more noticeable. Anyway, thank you for joining me today for this session. It's unfortunate we had to kind of keep it comparatively short today since I had to dart off, but we'll, of course, be back as often as possible over the next week to continue to progress, and I would say that it's only started to get a bit more interesting. Still a little bit constrained in terms of where you can go and where you can progress, but the zones themselves have been pretty interesting dungeon layouts to work with. So it's just a different sense of pace and structure, I guess, than what you would typically associate more with Metroid than Zelda, which feels like a much closer point of comparison for this game. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me today. We will send you folks off to somewhere else very, very shortly, and we'll see when we're back for even more. So enjoy everything you may be doing. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to bring your barf bags next time if I'm still on high sensitivity motion control, rather. But we'll, try to keep it as watchable as I can remember to make it. And as always, have a wonderful weekend ahead of you, and fare thee well.